with the artificial, just have the mat on top. Well, this looks like it's actually made for it. Purpose built. Clever. I'm sure that rain's gone, even though I can see nothing but water out of off my window that I'm looking through. Three balls, one strike. Well, Ruby Shearer hits it to right field, just under the glove of Weller. They try to get the runner at home, who will score. And Ruby Shearer goes sliding into third base. Gets a low five from Coach Vienna. And that will add 2 runs to and open the account for Kaiapoi, who have narrowed this lead from 3-0 to 3-2 with none down, runner in scoring position, and that's going to bring to bat Mackenzie Bailey McDowell, and we know what she can do. Well, with one down, popped up, gone foul. Looks like Charlotte Graham, just with the wet weather, is just taking some speed off her pitch, just trying to make sure she gets it to the catcher and safe. Cracked back from Bailey McDowell. Shortstop Candace Aspinall comes in and makes the play to first, where Lee takes the out, but that is going to drive in the run of Ruby Shearer, and that is going to level the count level the game 3-all with 2 out. Kaiapoi have come back. Exactly what they needed to do here in the bottom of the third to claw back those 3 runs and stop the roll that Westlake had. Oh, she gets a piece of it, sending it to right field again. That one's going to bounce into the glove. She goes for it at first, though. Does Hope Weller, and she gets the out at first base, and that's going to retire the side, but not before Kaiapoi claw 3 back here, and we're tied at 3 runs apiece as we go to the top of the 4th. We're back, ladies and gentlemen, here at Dynasty Ballpark for the 2023 Secondary Schools Championships, Division 1. It is the girls on centre stage for day 2. It's Kaiapoi taking on Westlake. Westlake starting the game the right way with the 3-0 going into the bottom of the third, but Kaiapoi clawing back 3 runs in the last innings to tie it up as we go into the top of the 4th. And leading off for Westlake is going to be the left fielder, Toshiana Murray. Fouled away from Murray there. Mackenzie Bailey McDowell on the hill still for Kaiapoi. Down the dish for the ball. Murray asked for the recall from coach McValton. Hugging that inside pitch there, goes swinging on the up and in. And that's going to load the count. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Fouled away from Murray there. Count remains 3-2. Murray struck out looking in a first at bat. Low and inside for the ball called there. And that will give her the walk. With none down, runner on 1, that's going to bring to bat second base, Neve Cadnis Espinal. Sees the first pitch. Good lead there from Murray. As you can see, there's a lot of shine on that pitching mound. That is water, ladies and gentlemen. We've had a bit of downpour during this game. Seems to have stopped though, or at least settled down a little bit. Bailey McDowell gets the inside pitch for the strike called. Squares up and pulls out. Still called strike. Fouled away from Cadnis Aspinall. She struck out swinging in her first at bat in the second innings. Looking to change her fortunes with her second at bats. Into the wind up. Straight through the zone for the strike called. And Westlake steals second base as well. So with 1 down and a runner on 2, that's going to bring to bat the third base, Rory Seymour, who started the big innings from Westlake in the last, where they scored a couple runs. But Seymour grounded out first at bat. Well, it was more. Ball went back to Mackenzie on the hill. Down low for the ball. 2 balls, no strikes. On Rory Seymour from the hot corner. And that's going to be a hitter's count. 3 balls, no strikes. None down, 1 down with a runner in scoring position. Westlake led early in this one. It's all tied up now, but they'll be looking to change that very quickly because they've got 2 runners on and they're going to bring to bat their lead off, their pitcher, their number 1, Charlotte Graham. She was walked in her first at bat, walked in her last at bat, and ended up scoring at home. First at bat, big hit to centre field, where it was caught by Maya Hunter. Charlotte Graham in the batter's box. The pitcher hits it to second base, and second base does all the work to get there, but first just can't bring it into the glove, which would have been 2 out. But instead, Westlake score another run, capitalizing on the mistakes made. And they move their runners to corners. Seymour now on third, Graham on first. And that is going to bring to bat Talia Hurley, who fouls away her first offering. Westlake girls first year in Division 1 for the National Secondary Schools Championships. 5 years in the making to get the girls to Division 1. I know it's something that means a lot to our guy Chopper, who had Madison go through the program there. Talia Hurley with 2 runners in scoring position, up in the top of the zone for the ball. And gets her swinging for the strikeouts. And Kaiapoi need to slow down Westlake a little bit there with 2 runners on. And they've still got 2 runners on. They're going to bring in Charlotte Graham out from the cold to get ready for her innings back on the hill. And that's going to bring to bat Kalani Mariner, who struck out looking in her last at bat, was caught in her first at bat. And with 2 runners on, she'll be looking to add another run to their total. We're just over an hour into this game, ladies and gentlemen. Hour 30 is what it is in this tournament. Wow, big hit there from Mariner into left field. She'll have a look around first base, but she scores the 2 runs of Westlake. And just as quickly as Westlake let Kaiapoi score 3 runs, Westlake have come back out and done exactly the same thing. Mariner, the catcher, will go in to start putting on the pads. So now Westlake have a runner on 1, 2 down. And they'll steal second base. Jaya Lee. Lee drives it out of the outfield, getting past the shortstop. Hurley, who's doing the running out there for Mariner, goes racing into home pretty quickly. It's getting pretty cold out there. You can see the girls there taking any chance to get warm. But there's another run added for Westlake. It's going to take the total to 7. 2 down. Kaiapoi looking to get out of the innings here. And that strike from Mackenzie Bailey McDowell will definitely start right. But again, Westlake was running on. Down low for the 1-1 count. Two balls, 1 strike the count. Here in the top of the 4th. Westlake adding 4 runs in this innings. Going on a 2-down rally. Hope Weller in a bat now. Grounded out to the pitcher in her first at bat. Was left on in her second. And grounds out again to the pitcher, Mackenzie Bailey McDowell, who makes the play over to first to retire the side. But not before. Westlake add another 4 runs to their total, getting the lead back in this one. They lead this one 7 runs to 3. Here we are on the bottom of the 4th, ladies and gentlemen, at Dynasty Ballpark in Christchurch for the 2023 Softball New Zealand Secondary Schools Championships. As the girls on centre stage here today. Kaiapoi taking on Westlake. Kaiapoi in bat now in the bottom of the 4th. Fouled away from the leadoff. Kahurangi Bergman. That wind is really starting to pick up here. Must have some people from Wellington in the house. I didn't bring it with me, I swear. Well, just before this inning started, you should have seen every outfielder, batter bouncing. As there you see Charlotte Graham just cold, and it is starting to pick up. Mixed in with the rain. Just trying to get it down the zone. She is cold. And if you see any shots of the outfielders, they are all bouncing up and down, trying to keep warm in this one. Well, Kaiapoi lead off with the walk on 1. And that's going to bring to bat Maya Hunter, who struck out looking in her first at bat, which was back in the 2nd. Kaiapoi had a good innings last innings, scoring 3 runs. Can they do it again? Because they need to after Westlake getting 4 to answer back. Tara Collier on the camera there on first base. Not a job I'd want to be doing right now, but probably down to do the next game. Because she's cold, ladies and gentlemen. Poor Charlotte Graham on the hill. Poor all of them, actually. Well, ball goes up in the zone and fouled away. Everyone gets their wheels on to try and get to it, but can't. And that would have warmed them up a little bit. Graham gets her call. And that's fouled away. Here in the bottom of the 4th here, Westlake, Kaiapoi. One from the 09, one from the 03. Westlake had one game yesterday against One Tree Hill, and went down 15 runs to 5. Kaiapoi no games yesterday, but they did open the round today, taking on Rosehill just before this one. They got the double on. They went down to Rosehill. So Kaiapoi doing it tough at home. Westlake looking to bounce back from that loss yesterday to One Tree Hill. Well, Kaiapoi smashing it up the middle. They're going to try and score at home, and they do get there. Maya Hunter smashing it up the middle to score. Bergman at home to claw one back for Kaiapoi. And now they have a running on scoring position, and that's going to bring to bat from third base, Grace Bennington. None down here in the bottom of the 4th. Swung on a miss for strike 1 in the first offering. As you see on the screen, the catcher just trying to keep the hands warm. Goes through. Not easy being behind the dish when it's freezing. And with that pass ball, that's going to move Maya Hunter to third base. Thank you for joining us wherever you are, ladies and gentlemen. Watching on Whakaata Māori on the Māori Plus Māori Active TV. One more tournament to close out the 2022-2023 season, and it's back where it all started at Dynasty Ballpark in Christchurch. We all remember the early start to the season, and we all remember the start down here at NFC in October. Well, 5 months later, we're about to put it all to bed, but first we need to crown the secondary schools champions for 2023. Day 2 here, just getting warmed up, hopefully for you all to enjoy the streaming for the next few days. Straight through the zone from Graham for the strike called. Every pitch, the hand goes straight to the mouth to breathe some warm air onto the hands. Ball inside. We'll take the count to 3 balls, 1 strike. 1 down. here in the top of the fourth. And Bobby Bailey McDowell will make her way to first base with the walk. And that's going to bring to bat the left fielder, Lenny Wilkie. Kaipoi with runners on the corners. Westlake try for the pickoff at 3. But it doesn't work. Keeps them honest though. One down here in the bottom of the fourth. Kaipoi down by 3. Getting closer to the top of the order. Wilkie in batting for Kaipoi now. Walked to first at bat and scored a home as well. She's looking to do the same here. At least get the draw going again. That ain't going to help with swinging like that. Well out of the zone. 2-2 the count now. Fouled away. Fouled away and a big smile back to her team. That's what it's about. Top of the zone, fouled away again. Well, Wilkie slams it straight back to Graham on the hill. They let the runner score at home to get the second outs and let Kaipoi move their first runner to second. But with 2 down, that's going to bring to bat the top of the order. Number 16, the second base, to Van Pelt. Kaipoi have clawed back another run here. Straight through the zone for the strike called. $7-5 ball game now. Well, ball goes down. Grounded out to the second base, looking to move the runner, but Cadnis Aspinall makes a play over to Lee to retire the side, but not before Kaipoi score another 2 runs. But Westlake still lead this one 7 runs to 5.
No time to fluff around today? No worries. Just swing into Caltex and pay for fuel with Pay an App to speed on through. Ooh, yeah. Feels good. Use it at your local participating Caltex.
Okay. Yes. Okay. Yeah.
This isn't about long-distance calling, technology, or living overseas.
Do I have one more bid? Thank you.
We're going to go 1. We're going twice.
And we are sold to the Kiwi phone bidder from Manchester.
It's about Bailey's finding buyers that others can't.
#1 for all the best throwbacks, 90s and more.
Kia ora, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to Dynasty Ballpark here in Christchurch for the 2023 Secondary Schools Championships. You're watching Division 1 Girls. It's Kaiapoi taking on Westlake. We've had a battle on our hands so far. Westlake leading this game from the start, but Kaiapoi right on their heels, which is currently 7-5. Getting near the end of the game now with just the hour-and-a-half time limit, or 90 minutes depending on who you ask. Started this one at 12:45. 15-minute break in between. Coming up on Diamond 1 is going to be Rosehill versus One Tree Hill. Rosehill having a good game against Kaiapoi in their last game, just before this one. Rosehill getting a big win over Kaiapoi in that one. And One Tree Hill getting a big win over Westlake in their game yesterday. So, should be a good battle between the two hills. Well, leading off for Westlake with a hit to right field, which is safe on first, which is going to bring in for a bat, number 12. Yep, Fergus just talking to the umpire there to make sure it's all done. They're going to bring in number 12, Philippa Arvui. CVN, a German, coming onto the diamond to just have a talk to Mackenzie Bailey McDowell. Good to see her wearing footwear this time. Fiona, one of our, also a camera operator in the 03 commentary crew. Always love having her around. Into bat now. First offering straight through the zone for the strike called. Westlake steals second base. With this timed game, Westlake will be looking to bat it out, so they go back to the last completed. About 7 minutes remaining on my clock, but I ain't the officials. Arvui in the bat, coming into bat for Westlake. That one's through the main street as well for the strike called. 2 strikes, 1 ball. Fouled away there. Count remains 1 ball, 2 strikes. Looking clear out there now. Having all the seasons in this one. 2-2 count now. Avoid. Sees the pitch go through for the strikeout called. And with 1 down and a runner on 2, that's going to bring to bat Elisani Moore. McAlpine getting his batters in to have a crack before time is up in this one. Really looking to clear here for the next game here on Diamond 1 is One Tree Hill versus Rosehill. Other games in the next round is Alfriston in the boys taking on Rolleston. Also in the boys, St. Bede's taking on St. Bernard's. And in the girls, Evanside taking on Riccarton. 7-5, Westlake. Up top for the ball. Westlake with a runner on 2. One down here at the top of the 5th. Bailey McDowell gets her swinging for the strike there. And fouled away, hitting late on that one. Taking it to 2-2 count. And gets her swinging for the strikeouts. And that will be 2 down. And with 2 down, that is going to bring to bat third base, Rory Seymour. Who hopefully will drive in another run for Westlake. We'll give Kaiapoi a chance to get the sticks going one last time. Good hit there from Rory Seymour, who will drive in the run for Westlake. She rounds first and thinks against it, but good outfield hit there from Rory Seymour, who adds another run for Westlake, who lead this one 8-5. And we're back to the top of the order of the pitcher, Charlotte Graham. Charlie's first at bat was caught by the centre fielder. She was walked in her second at bat, scoring a run at home, and she did the same in her third at bat. And now in her fourth, she has moved the runner to second, now in scoring position. Two balls, one count. Fouled away. It takes the count to 2-2. Inside count. They will load the count. Graham. And sees it go on the inside for the strikeout called. And that will retire the side, but not before Westlake score another. They lead this one over Kaiapoi, 8-5. We're back, ladies and gentlemen, here at the bottom of the fifth of Kaiapoi taking on Westlake Girls. It's Division 1 Girls of the 2023 Secondary Schools Championships. Westlake leading Kaiapoi 8 runs to 5. We'll be looking to finish the innings here. These games just hour and a half, 90 minutes. Let's get played, done and dusted. We're going to see, good to see that blue sky and sun over the diamond here at Dynasty Ballpark. The new artificial here. We're going to treat here for the Canterbury Softball Association. Charlotte Graham on the hill. Ball goes up and into the glove of Neve Cadmus Espinal. For Westlake, the leadoff batter was Abby McCurry, the catcher for Kaiapoi. And with one down, that's going to bring to bat the pitcher for Kaiapoi, Mackenzie Bailey McDowell. Mackenzie goes at the first pitch. Big foul ball. Back to the cars. There's not many cars that are close to the diamond here at Dynasty, but she seemed to find a couple. Down low, 1-1 count. Fouled away, 1 ball, 2 strikes. 1 down here in the bottom of the fifth. Kaiapoi behind by 3. They'll need something to happen, and they'll be looking to Mackenzie Bailey McDowell to make something happen here, to come back into this game. Not that they're out in no way. Good smashing hit there from Mackenzie Bailey McDowell into centre field. Rounds first, decides against it after Talia Hurley scoops it up and gets it in to hold her up. But Mackenzie Bailey McDowell showing what she can do with the bat. And that's what they needed to do. And that is going to bring to bat Makaya Ramona into bat. For Kaiapoi. Mackenzie Bailey McDowell first. Looks like she wants to have a run. And she does. She's gone. Goes sliding into second. Unfortunately, Lisa Cadmus Aspinall unable to just keep it in the glove there to make the tag. But they're trying.
for all the best throwbacks, 90s and more.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages, kia ora and welcome to Dynasty Ballpark for the 2023 Secondary Schools Championships. Watching the Division 1 girls here on Diamond 1. It is One Tree Hill taking on Rose Hill. Both teams having big wins in their first couple games. Rose Hill getting the big win against Kaiapoi and One Tree Hill getting the win against Westlake. Well, that's going to be the third out going down swinging for Tiana Graham, but not before Loma Weatherly scores at home. And we'll go to the bottom of the first with One Tree Hill leading Rose Hill 1-0. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, for game number 19 on the schedule of the 2023 Softball New Zealand Secondary Schools Championships. It's One Tree Hill College taking on Rose Hill College. We're at the bottom of the first with One Tree Hill getting their first run in the first. 4 batters up, 1 runner in. And now it's time to defend that 1-run lead. Well, leading off for Rosehill is Trinity Wauri Talker. In the 2 spot, Sienna Dufty. In the 3 spot is Jasmine Hoho. Dania Nathan Kaho in the 4 spot. In the 5 spots is Mia Lemon. 6 is Eleanor Pakia. 7 is Chelsea Tapuni. And 8, Ainsley Karoa. And 9th spot is Kyla Brown for Rosehill. The lead-off Trinity gets a hit to centre field, and she'll stand up on first base. Doing the defence for One Tree Hill. On the hill is Skylar Breeze Joyce. Behind the dish is Loma Weatherly. At first base is Skype Weatherly. At second base is Tui Panui. At third base is Jessie Lee Upu. At shortstop is Tiana Graham. Left field, Lily Rose Pin. Centre field, Savannah Lee Farrier. And right field is Tyler Graham.
Home plate, let's call that home plate. 7 is home plate. Okay, so 1 is first base. 2 is centre field. 4 is...
Another hit here from Rosehill. The play goes over the glove of first base. Weatherly, Rority Talker is going to round 3, decides against it. So Rosehill are going to open up their batting account with a runner on 1 and a runner on 3, bringing up the 3 spot, Jasmine Hahua, the shortstop, to drive in the first run for Rosehill. Well, they're definitely going to steal second base, moving that runner, enticing them to throw it to 3, but they think against it. So now Rosehill with 2 runners in scoring position, with Hohoa two balls to count, none out, 2 runners on. Skylar Breeze Joyce on the hill for One Tree Hill. Skylar Breeze had herself a season. She's been playing in the Auckland uniform in age groups. She's in the developing socks for New Zealand softball. And now she gets to finish out the season in her school colours for One Tree Hill here at Dynasty Park in Christchurch. Well, that's going to go past the glove of the catcher, and that's going to tie our ball game here for Rosehill getting their first run and opening up their account. And moving their extra runner to third base. Quick time called by One Tree Hill. Quick corridor on the hill. Tara Collier braving the elements out there for us to get the shots with the camera. Ignacio Gatti on the high home plate. Wind is coming in here, ladies and gentlemen. The clouds are back. Hopefully this game we don't have the rain like last. But both these teams here are going to get on with it regardless. First base up. Very close to the batter there. Ready if they put down the squeeze. 1-1 the count now. Grounded out to the shortstop. Unfortunately unable to get the throw on the money to first. That's going to score another run at home. And also have runners on the corners again here for Rosehill. For Hoa. Ambient Mike goes down with the big gust of wind that comes through. Not my first rodeo. Well, one strike the call here. Everybody fixing everything in front of us. Interesting times here at Dynasty Park in Christchurch. It's got that feel of October, doesn't it, Adrian? Of course, we're down here for NFC to kick off our season in one last tournament here and to close out the 2022-2023 season. Rosehill in a bat now, leading this one 2 runs to 1 in the bottom of the first. None down. Big wind kicking in here, and now the rain's here as well. One Tree Hill keeping all their runners honest, but Rosehill are up to entice them to throw the ball around. It's a bit weird not having ambient mic in the background, but I'm sure it'll be fixed in just a short while. Well, down in the dish there, bounces off the catcher, and gets it back to Joyce for the tag at home, and that will be the first out of this one. Well, the bottom of the first anyway. Rosehill trying to get their third run in. Unfortunately, unable to get that. But they've still got a runner on third and 2 outs up their sleeve. Elena Parkia. It's 2 out. Sorry. The right fielder in a bat now. Count is 1 ball, 1 strike. All the players start dancing around in place to keep themselves warm at this stage. As that breeze has started to pick up. Well, wind now. Fouled away here from Parkia. People getting out of the elements here in the 0-3. There is rain coming down. Tries to get out of the way, but she'll claim the hit by pitch. Skylar Breeze just gives her, "You're good, mate." And of course, the standing still dance. To keep warm in these elements.
Just trying to ring you.
Well, there you see the rain on the camera lens there and the high home plates. It's really coming in here. Dynasty coming right into the dish. And the wind as well started to pick up. Well, that's okay, we'll manage, we'll get on with it. Catcher keeping everyone honest here at third base. Loma Weatherly. 2 down here at the bottom of the first. Rosehill up by 1. As I can make out the scoreboard in the background. Tapuni in a bat now. Again off the glove. Do they get her in time? It's safe. Rosehill scoring another run here. Loma Weatherly goes sliding in to make the tag. Takes a little bit longer to get up. The score 1, but they've still got another runner on 3 in scoring position to Rosehill. They'll be looking to convert here, adding another extra run. Would be a great start for the team. Scullery's Joyce. Ball must be slippery because she doesn't normally throw those balls. Bouncing into the catcher. Chelsea Tapuni into bat for Rosehill. 2 down here in the bottom of the first. Seventh batter of the bottom of the first for Rosehill. Must be feeling good after that big win over Kaiapoi earlier on today. Well, Weatherly comes running down the third baseline to keep the runners honest. But with 2 runners on, strike called through the zone. All the club rooms behind me filling up here with people trying to get out of the elements. Up the top of the zone for the ball. They check the swing and it is. Take the count to 1-1, I think. Corrected the scoreboard. Skylar Breeze Joyce gets it down in the zone for ball. It's going to take the count to 2-2. And gets it swinging for the strikeouts. And that will be side away with the third going down by swinging, but not before Rosehill add 3 runs to their total to take this lead as we go into the top of the second. It's Rosehill 3, One Tree Hill 1. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Dynasty Ballpark here in Christchurch for the 2023 Secondary Schools Championships. You're watching One Tree Hill taking on Rose Hill. We're at the top of the second innings here, with Rose Hill leading this one 3 runs to 1. The pitcher now, Skylar Breeze Joyce, is into batting for One Tree Hill. See the red fern on her helmet representing the New Zealand Developing Sox. A lot of water on that mound there right in the middle. And with that, 4 straight balls there to Joyce. She'll take the walk and make her way to first base, and that's going to bring him to bats. The right fielder Tyler Graham. The first at bats of this game. Singing has started in the dugouts of One Tree Hill to give their batters a bit of extra energy, amp them up, get their vibe going for this tournament. On the hill for Rose Hill, Janaya, Nathan Kaihor. Two balls to count. Down in the dirt for ball 3. Proving it's either slippery or it's the footing. But it ain't easy being on the mound today, as you can see the shine off that mound. Of course, no metal cleats allowed on this diamond on this new artificial turf here at Dynasty Park. Only cleats that can be worn is metal cleats, that is to be worn on the hill, not anywhere else. And with 8 straight balls, there's going to be a second walk of this innings for One Tree Hill. And with 2 on, that's going to bring us back Jessie Lee Upu from the hot corner, third base. She's got 2 runners to move around or drive in if she chooses to, and she does. Slams it up the middle. Skylar Breeze Joyce rounding 3. She's going to gun it for home. With Tyler Graham safe at third base. And One Tree Hill claw one back through Jessie Upu, slamming up the middle for the single. So Skylar Breeze Joyce scoring at home with Tyler Graham safe on third base. And that is going to bring up to bat with none down and 2 runners on. The second base, Tui Panui. Tree Hill giving it loads in that dugout. They're in the first base dugout. Rose Hill in the third base dugout. Panui, oh, they try a bit of a trick play with the runners on the corners, leaving third base wide open. Ball goes over the pitcher's head and skittles into center field, where they score the run to tie the game, and they leave third base open for Jessie Upu to go waltzing into third to stand up on the corner. And just as quick, we've got a tied ball game. Still in a batch here for One Tree Hill. One Tree Hill tying the game pretty quickly. Can they take a lead? Might be a seesaw battle in this one, ladies and gentlemen. Up top and outs for the ball.
G'day, mate.
Yes, she did. keeper on us at 3. What all these catches have been doing, outstanding. So Jisliupu goes sliding into third base for it to be safe. On the pickoff attempt. Goes low, grounds it out too short. Yeah. They've scored the runner at home. Does One Tree Hill and safe on first base. Through Panu. And just as quick as Rosehill getting a few runs to get the lead, One Tree Hill have come back and done the same, scoring 3 to lead this game. 4 runs to 3, and then it's going to bring us back the designated player, Elise Harold Fussy. Into bat for the right fielder. They go for the pick off, and with the head first slide from Paranui, she is safe at second base. Fussy has a ball against her name. And her first offering from Nathan Kaiho. Goes at the second pitch, pops it up to shallow center where the second base will catch it right next to the second. With Upanui tagging up, not even attempting to have a look at that one. And we've got the first out in this innings, caught by the second base, Maya Lemon. And that's going to bring us back. Top of the shot, top of the order, Savannah Lee Farrier. The centre fielder. First at bat was out. I don't get this weather. We're back to blue skies. It was black skies before. Gets the play. Gets the ground. Does the third base, holding up the runner, but with the throw over to Kairua at first base, unable to bring it in. Rosehill was going to score Panui at home with Farrier safe on first with that hit to the hot corner, and that's going to bring us about the catcher Loma Weatherly. Fouled away at first offering. It's all happening here at Dynasty Park in Otautahi, Christchurch. Already Walker behind the dish for Rosehill, keeping the runners on us, not afraid to throw it to the bases to try and get the outs. Just the one down here at the top of the second. Fouled away again for Weatherly. Classic foul ball chance from Tree Hill. The girls always a bit more vocal than the boys in the dugouts for sure. Weatherly gets a bit more on at that time down the third base line. Puts her in the hole though, 0-2. Waving the bat. Fouled away again. 4 diamonds in operation here for this tournament at Dynasty Pool Park. Diamond 2 not ready just yet with the new artificials that have come in, but 1 is rearing to go. But there is a lot of work going on in Diamond 2. Maybe re-rubbering it with the little pouts that they put into the dirt. You can see throughout the Diamond 1, all those black marks there are all the rubber that they have throughout the diamond. But there's a few grass fields been in operation for today, day 2 of the 2023 Secondary Schools Championship. A wild pitch there, bouncing out of the way, does Weatherly. And that will move the runner Ferrier to second base. One Tree Hill looking to bounce back from letting in those couple runs at the bottom of the first. Well and truly here to play some ball. Hopefully the weather can dry it all out a bit. Well, that was hit down the hot corner where they go to tag up, but it's not a force. So try to get the outs, but they don't because of the tag up. Just slowing the play down a little bit with Weatherly getting safe at first base after hitting it to the corner. And that's going to bring it back. Sky Weatherly. From catcher to first, Weatherly to Weatherly. The 8th batter of this innings for One Tree Hill. Well, that's going to bounce off home play and go over the head of the catcher. Throws it to the pitcher throws it back to her. Can you give that a try, please, mate? Sky Weatherly now. He's out at first at bat. With just Lima Weatherly scoring that first run for One Tree Hill, opening up the account. Weatherly here with a big swing for the first offering. Sorry, second offering. 1-1 the call. One goes down. Dribbles in field though, and that is going to load the bases for One Tree Hill. With Farrier on third base, Weatherly on second, Weatherly on first, and that's going to bring to bat the shortstop, batting the 4th spot, Tiana Graham. With just the 1 down, loaded bases. What can she do here? Struck out first at bat. Knows how important it is to drive in these runs early in the piece in this one. Blue skies creeping out more here at Dynasty in the 03 Christchurch. The last time I said that went dark pretty quickly. Savannah Lee Farrier hit out to the outfielder first at bat. They all have a lead there, but they decide against trying to steal home or any base for that matter. A lot of drawing on the ball here in these hour-and-a-half games. Secondary Schools Championships. 90-minute games. Mapped out an hour and 45 minutes in between for each round. And we'll keep on charging to Championship Friday, of course, 2 days from now. Rose Hill, One Tree Hill on Diamond 1 at the moment. Coming up after this one is Kaiapoi Rolleston. Well, Graham hits it out to right field. Runners will tag up. Farrier scores at home. And Weatherly advances to third base with Weatherly's on the corner. And the 2 out. That's going to bring back to bat the first batter in this innings and now the 10th batter of the order. Skylar Breeze-Joyce, the pitcher. They're going to do some temporary running changes. One Tree Hill. Sending in the catcher, Loma Weatherly. Sky Weatherly on first base. Skylar Breeze in the bat. Walked first at bat. Ended up scoring at home. Goes to the first pitch. Hits it down the hot corner. They call fair. Bounces over for third base. They'll score one. They'll score two. Skylar Breeze goes running into second base and stands up. And off the first pitch, hits the 2-shot RBI double. Adding another 2 to the total here for One Tree Hill. Still 2 down. Still 2 down, and it's going to bring to bat Tyler Graham, the right fielder, who was also walked at her first at bat and scored at home. We're looking to do that for sure. Another meeting in the middle there by Rose Hill. Just looking to get out of this innings because it's been a tough one. 11th batter up for this one. One Tree Hill getting comfortable with this sticks. Tyler Graham with the 1-1 count. The 11th batter up for One Tree Hill. Rose Hill with the pitching change. Looking to change something up to stop this momentum that One Tree Hill have and get them back in the dugout to do some batting. Well, that will score another run for One Tree Hill. Tyler Graham safe on first base. And doesn't get easier for Rosehill. They're going to bring to bat Tui Panui, who, the second baseman, who ran all the bases last time, keeping them honest. And One Tree Hill just doing everything to Rosehill in this one. They're now in their 12th batter. Another runner scoring, running around into scoring position. 2 down, 9-3 the call. Well, they're just checking the mat here. As you can see how shiny it is, ladies and gentlemen. That is just the moisture coming down. That has been the weather that we've had during this game. And I think she's wearing molds as well, which is never easy on the hill. Well, I'd love to tell you who was batting, but all the stream boys have just turned up on the balcony and standing right in front of me. I'll ground it out to the pitcher and get the third out. And it's exactly what Rosehill needed, because One Tree Hill sent up 12 batters, scoring a lot of them. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back with the bottom of the second with One Tree Hill leading Rosehill 9-3. welcome back to Dynasty Ballpark, ladies and gentlemen. Sorry about the difficulties there in getting the screen back up, but here we are. We are at the bottom of the second. First batter, Kayla Brown, was struck out at the dish for the first outs. Trinity Wairua Toka, the second baseman, was in the leadoff spot, was up next, and she grounded out to the hot corner, who made the play to first. Sienna Dufty hit a hard ball to second base, where Tui Tapuni made the play, was unable to make the play at first, leaving her on, and then the fourth batter up there was Jasmine Kohoa, who struck out there. So they will retire the side with leaving one runner on for Rosehill. They started their first at bat really well, with sending up 6, scoring 3 runners. Sending up 7, and scoring 3 runners, but that one just the 4 up and the 3 down, and they're going to have One Tree Hill come to bat, who last innings sent up a grand total of 12 batters to have a hit, scoring 8 of them. So One Tree Hill will be looking to keep that momentum going with their last at bat as they come in for their third at bat, and this one in the top of the third. Rosehill now have the catcher Trinity Wairua Toka on the hill now. Guessing if it was a straight slot. No, it wasn't. Behind the dish now is Ashley Kairua. Now behind the dish, and I'm just trying to figure out who has gone to 1. It looks like Chelsea Tapuni is now on 1. Could be wrong there though. Keeping up with everyone's numbers. Nope. Janaya Nathan Kaiho, who started the game on the hill, is now at first base. And I think we're up to date there, ladies and gentlemen. We're definitely at the top of the third. One Tree Hill leading Rosehill 9 runs to 3, and with One Tree Hill back in the dugout, you know they're going to get singing again. They like to get nice and loud and enjoy themselves, this One Tree Hill team. Just the one game yesterday against Westlake Girls, winning that one 15 runs to 5. This appears to be their first game of day 2. So One Tree Hill looking the business here with Skylar Breeze, Joyce on the hill. And now they're going to do it with the sticks now as well. So they'll send it to bat to lead off this innings. The second base, Panui, sorry. Definitely Tui, since the whole team's singing her name. Rosehill now set in the field. Starting to warm up here. Still a bit of a breeze here at Dynasty Park, but at least it ain't raining. Squares up. Thinks against us, but it's still a strike called for the first offering to her. Toka going from catcher to pitcher, puts her behind the count straight away, 0-2. One Tree Hill. Oh, and gets her looking for the strikeout called on 3 straight pitches, and that is exactly how Rosehill want to start that. Keeping One Tree Hill off base with their lead up, especially. Got her looking on that one with the strikeout, and that's going to bring to bat the designated player, Elise Harold Fussy. No, it's not. They're going to take the DP out and let Lily Rose Pin have a bat. She was the left fielder who was in to be designated player to have someone hitting for her, but they've put her back into the lineup to let her have a hit on this one. Lily Rose Pin. Back into the lineup for a bat. The designated player, Harold Fussy, was caught by the second base in the last at bat. And now Lily Rose Pin's coming in for a hit. First offering, fouls it off straight into her own team's dugout perfectly as well. That went from screaming, singing to watch out ladies real quick. Oh, she leaves that one as it goes up. Top of the zone for the ball. You see the high cam there behind home dish. Ignacio Gatti behind the camera there. Well, ground out to second base, Maya Lemon, who makes the play over to first. And that will be the second out. And exactly what Rosehill wanted to do. The 2 up and the 2 down. And that's going to bring to bat the top of the order. Top of the shot, number 14, the centre fielder, Savannah Lee Ferrier. She's going to come in to do what she did in her last at bat. Was hitting out and scoring at home. Rosehill definitely saying the goods with the change of pitches, but there Ferrier smacks it up the middle with one or two bounces to the centre fielder. She'll be safe from first base and giving the One Tree Hill the first runner of this, the top of the third innings. Well ahead here, 9 runs to 3, but can Rosehill stop the runs coming in and get their sticks hot, just like One Tree Hill did at their last at bat? Well, down and inside for the ball. Trinity Wairiri Toka from catcher to pitcher, covering all the battery here. Ball goes down, foul, and that will take the count to 1-1. Savannah Lee Ferrier on 1 for One Tree Hill. She'll be looking to do some running here. From first to wherever she'll end up. 2 down. The pop-up from the catcher, Ainsley Karua. All the catchers here keeping everyone honest here, ready to throw it on a dime. The bunt goes down third base. They make the play, get safe, but no one's at third. So that's good heads up running from Ferrier, who goes to second on the bunt. And with the heads up play with nobody on third, she goes from 1 to 3 with Weatherly putting down the bunt. And that's going to bring to bat Sky Weatherly from first base, who sees the first pitch go through for the ball. They're going to take out the temporary runner for Weatherly. The catcher will go in and get kitted up for their next at bat. Next at field, sorry. One Tree Hill with runners on the corners. Sky Weatherly in now. She scored in her last at bat. Big swing and a miss for the second pitch. And that will put the count to 1-1. Inside for the ball. 2 balls, 1 strike to call. Top of the third. Runners on the corners. top. Hitters count now, 3 balls, 1 strike. And that will be ball 4. So she'll make her way to first base, and that's going to load the bases for One Tree Hill. And maybe, just maybe, are they going to go and start a bit of a 2-down rally here, One Tree Hill, like they did in the last innings. And I'm sure that Rose Hill will do everything they can to stop that, and throwing a strike called is a good start. So loaded bases here, top of the third, 2 outs. Rose Hill changing the pitcher seems to have done something, but unfortunately, just as I say that, she pitches it straight into the batter's leg. So she'll make her way to first with hit by pitch, and they'll advance all the runners that were on the base. So we now still have loaded bases and another run on the board for One Tree Hill. That's going to bring to bat the pitcher, Skylar Breeze-Joyce, who slammed it up the middle just like that at last at bat, scoring 1. She's going to score another one. Safe there under the catcher, moving the run as well. Skylar Breeze adds another couple RBIs to the total, hitting it out to the outfield, scoring the Weatherlys, adding another 2 to the total. And with Tiana Graham now safe on third, Skylar Breeze will send out a temporary runner for her as the 2-down pitcher rule. And that's going to bring to bat Tyler Graham, who walked in the first at bat, scoring at home, but that and hit in the runners in her second at bat to be left on. But that's another innings for One Tree Hill. We started so good for Rose Hill with the 2 up and 2 down, has now become the 8th batter to come in and have a whack here in the top of the third. Rose Hill showing exactly how dominant they can be. Once she gets a piece of that, getting it in between the 5-6. This is going to score another run, and that gives them a 10-run lead. Now, with One Tree Hill runners on first and second, still 2 down here in the top of the third. It's going to bring up to bat the 9th batter of the innings. From the third base, Jessie Lee Upu. First at bat, hit it to center field, scoring at home herself. And that's it. Just 1 bat. And here's her second. One Tree Hill, 2 runners on, 10 runs up. Of course, run rule, 15 after 3, 10 after 4, and 7 after 5. New addition, the high plate cam. Well, gets a swing, hitting it out to ground out to the shortstop, who makes the play over to first to retire the side, but not before One Tree Hill set up 9 batters, scoring 4 of them, and they're going to lead this one as we go to the bottom of the third. One Tree Hill 13. Rose Hill.
Ladies and gentlemen,
This isn't about what we wore back in the day.
we're going to go now. Going once, going twice. No more offers. Scored!
It's a
back, ladies and gentlemen, to Dynasty Ballpark here in Christchurch for the 2023 Secondary Schools Championships. It's One Tree Hill taking on Rose Hill. We're at the top of the fourth. One Tree Hill leading this one over Rose Hill 13-3. Welcome back into the booth, my good friend from Ballpark Broadcasting, Jason Gerbies, aka Chopper, with a very special guest.
We sure do indeed, and thank you, Damon, to have us back in here as we see that ground ball just get through the 5-6 hole. Rose Hill are an outstanding college. We've seen them in lots of different codes, Damien. Even though they're down by 10 here in the top of the fourth innings, we know they've got plenty of fight. I expect big things from Rose Hill from here on out.
Yes, absolutely, mate. That's how they've approached this tournament, especially as they did against Kaipua this morning, and they seem to have the guts to go into this one for sure.
Well, Damien, it's been fantastic to have all of these colleges from around the country come here to Ototahi Christchurch. As we see that throw down to second base to compete at the national championships here for secondary schools. But we couldn't do it without fantastic sponsors. And we've got one of those sponsors in the booth with us here today for this match, all the way from Bailey's, the general manager of the commercial division. It is William Wallace. Kia ora, William. Thank you for taking some time.
Hey guys, thanks for having me. It's an awesome place and the event looks awesome. So yeah, we're very honoured to be part of this, and we look forward to seeing what happens with the game, and obviously look forward to the finals on Friday.
Well, that's the big one, isn't it? Friday, finals time. It's about sealing the deal. Before we go any further, of course, tight matchup here going to be, because I'm picking Rose Hill's going to come back at it. What have you thought about what you've seen so far here at Dynasty Ballpark at the National Secondary School Championships?
Well, guys, I was just saying as I walked in, it's some of the speeds I saw these ladies throwing the balls at. Well, I'm so grateful I'm not facing any of them. And the skill set is incredible. So, I really look forward to, as once again, seeing the finals. I think it's going to be very tightly held amongst these ladies and these top 9 schools that are in this event. It's really incredible what they're doing and the levels that they're playing at.
I want to look at some of the synergies. William Wallace here from Bailey's in the booth. We see that one back to the pitcher. Skylar Breeze gets it over in time for the first out. Some of the synergies between delivering a national championship and competing in a national championship and Bailey's. What's some of the synergies, and why did Bailey's choose to support the rangatahi in sport here in New Zealand?
Well, Bailey's is, in my eyes, is a market leader, and we obviously have to change and work to every day of our lives to be at the level we are as a business, and watching young talent come through in this country is something that as a business we're trying to do, grow our business within, and we see that in the sporting industry very much so. I think it's a close place to my heart, and hence why we are behind this going forward.
Well, William, a little birdie tells me that you've got a bit of sporting background as well, maybe hanging 10, Damien, and a couple of surfer in your own right. So sport to you personally is important?
Yes, I competed at national level up in South Africa for longboarding, represented SA South Africa for longboarding globally, and I've competed at quite decent levels in New Zealand. So sport industry for me, obviously, like I said to you, is close to my heart, and it's something that I love to be part of.
Damon, we were talking about earlier in one of the earlier matches today about these rangatahi getting a chance to compete at a national championship, kanohi to kanohi, face to face again, making those relationships. It's not always about winning, but being together and enjoying each other's company, and then we're seeing some fantastic softball at the same time. From my mind, I think that's a great synergy with Bailey's, and that you guys are involved. You are giving or helping to give these rangatahi that opportunity.
If I think if I look at it, guys, I think it's the fact that, for us, yes, it is. We are trying to give, but at the same breath, we're very honoured to be part of it. And as a Bailey's business, it's the least we can do for our up and coming talent in this country.
Oh, we see Skylar B's pump one through the top of the zone. Nice quick innings. We won't cut away because we've got someone special in the booth here, of course, the general manager of the commercial division, William Wallace, here from Bailey's with us. William, Bailey's, in conjunction with the New Zealand Sports Collective, are delivering 6 national championships this week, and you guys are supporting the lot.
Yes.
That's fantastic to see. How do you get around? How do you guys actually provide the opportunities to be at all of those ballparks, not just at the ballparks there, but how do you provide that on a commercial sense as well?
Well, to be fair, once again, Bailey's is the largest full-service business in New Zealand, and we've got, branches and individuals almost in every town across the country. And for us, once again, it's such an opportunity for our team members within Bailey's to be part of these, and they obviously thrive and love attending these. So hence, it's not a problem, and we see it as a massive opportunity, and once again, very honoured to be part of these events.
Well, fantastic. Well, it's great to have you along for it. Of course, we're on day 2 here of competition at the Division 1 National Secondary Schools Championships, brought to you by Whakaato Māori and Softball New Zealand. Rosehill taking on One Tree Hill. Got ourselves a good one going. One Tree Hill do have a lead by 10. Rosehill, got to keep the batten down the hatches here a little. I guess, Damien, for Rosehill to stay in contention or just seal the deal to maybe get back to win this game, what do they need to do?
Oh, they just need to put ball and glove. It's a simple game that we've got. They need to get behind the ball. That the One Tree Hill, they're just finding the gaps and proving menacing on those bases. So if they can just tighten it up with the glove, I think they'll be good stead going forward.
Well, back to you, William. We know that you're obviously the general manager for the commercial division for Bailey's, but you also are aware, you know a lot about the residential division for Bailey's as well. For the young people or rangatahi out there listening today, any tips on how to get started in the property game?
Well, I could probably look at that in 2 folds, guys. So, first fold, I would say come into the Bailey's business, talk to one of our professionals. Bailey's, once again, we've internally got our own mortgage team under Vega Finance. Plus, we've got probably some of the best commercial and residential advisors in the industry. So you could sit down with one of those advisors free of charge, and we could talk to those younger people about how to get into the property market, what do you need to get into the property market, and guide them along the way to do that. And then probably secondary, I'd be saying, some of these individuals would look as growing and becoming Bailey's employees at some stage of their lives, and there's another opportunity for them to talk about their career path, where they can sit down with someone like myself or a senior manager, and we can talk about opportunities within the business as a long-term gain and how that looks for them.
Oh, fantastic. Sounds good to me. Damien, if I got a bit of advice like that, why not get involved? See a hot shot back to the pitcher, and the throw is over in time. Outstanding play from Rosehill. Rosehill have got a fantastic roster. Of course, they've had a pitching change here. The pitcher that's out there now,
Trinity Wawiri Toka, going from the behind the dish to in front of it.
Fantastic to see her diversity, able to catch and then pitch. I guess, William, I know you're a busy man. Before we let you go, any advice to these young players as they experience in a game? Take Trinity example, started in one position, went to another. Any advice on how to find a way to be successful, whether it be residential or commercial property market?
Well, just taking from what you're asking me now, I think from either getting into the resi market, I think it's initially just getting into the property market, and at whatever age that is, and I think there's a lot of opportunities within the New Zealand market to do that at a very young age. It's just about how to leverage yourself, and I think secondly, back to the other point of getting into a career in the property industry, I think people that are coming out of these sort of levels of sporting backgrounds have got that natural work ethic. And being in a residential or a commercial employment within Bailey's, it's set as a high performance culture, and these levels of people that I've seen here are really high performing people. So it kind of resonates across our business and this. So we enjoy working alongside and also, to be fair, employing people that have come out of this sort of level of industry.
Oh, well, fantastic. Well, William, I want to thank you for taking the time to come today. It's great to have you here. Great to have Bailey's support of Poiuka softball and all the other sports that you're supporting through the New Zealand Sports Collective.
Well, guys, thanks so much for having me. look forward to the finals on Friday. I'll be here with a few of the team members and supporting in the crowd, and you guys are doing a great job on the other side, so keep it up, and thank you. Thanks for having me.
Thank
Cheers,
you,
mate.
William. Well, there you go, ladies and gentlemen. It is William Wallace, the General Manager of the Commercial Division from Bailey's. If you want to hit a home run, Damien, I suggest you ring Bailey's in the property
absolutely.
market. Fantastic. Well, there you go. Back to the action down on the field here. And we've got ourselves a good one. Rose Hill, of course, taking on arguably one of the favourites of the tournament, One Tree Hill. And they're favourites because they've been to so many national championships already. And they're showing that in this one, aren't they, Damien?
They sure are, Chop. It's not over till it's over, and both of them are giving everything they've got. Loma Weatherly in the catcher now. She's had a good day at stick, cross home plate, each of her 3 at-bats. Thought it.
One Tree Hill. I tell you what doesn't surprise me about them. Under the leadership of Brian Font, the coach for One Tree Hill, he really prepares the girls well. You can see that in their play, can't you?
Oh, absolutely. You know, they came out, Rose Hill, they got 3 in the top of the first, you know, to start off this game, bottom of the first, sorry, and One Tree Hill didn't flutter at all. They just kept their head composed, just punching the holes, driving in the run, 1 run here, 2 runs there, and that's what's created this lead that they've got in front of them now.
Well, Rose Hill sets and ready for the pitch. This one just below the zone. I love the resilience, though, of Rose Hill. Got to be said.
Well, what I'm seeing, Chop, is no one's head's gone down. You know, their first pitcher had a tough battle. The second innings, they sent up 12 batters, you know, so they haven't dropped their heads. They're still in this game, doing everything they possibly can to just chip away at One Tree Hill and get back into the bat.
Just a little break in the action here, Damien. Damien, you've now obviously done a couple of games here on day 2 of competition at the National Secondary Championships here in Ōtautahi, Christchurch. Dude, what have you thought so far?
Oh, mate, I'm always a big fan of the secondary schools tournaments, whatever sport it is. I just love how secondary schools, they all band together, you know, the chanting, the singing, they're just here to represent their colours and have a good time doing it as well. You know, all the singing going on with the ladies over here, and I'm sure the boys have got their own chants over in the backfields, but they're just here. The energy, you know, from the young just seems to be all over the place at the moment, and that's what I'm seeing.
I love the energy, love to see the enthusiasm, and just love seeing these young rangatahi back out there playing this great game of Poiuka softball here at the National Championships. Skylar Weatherly with 2 runners on, down at first base. Papatai, first base. And down at second base as well as another base runner, Papa Rua. And that seems to be the MO for One Tree Hill, isn't it? They're always putting runners on, starting to create momentum and pressure.
Yeah, I mean, the 2 of the 3 innings that they've had, this is their 4th, they've had 2 down rallies every time. So they're just, well, grounded out there to the shortstop, unable to make the force at 3 in time, and that's going to load the bases there for One Tree Hill once again.
Dangerous times here for Rose Hill, albeit with 2 outs here. They just need 1 more out here to squeeze out of the innings, but they're going to bring up the cleanup hitter now. Shortstop, Tiana Graham.
Yeah, Tiana Graham, she struck out her first at bat. She got caught at right field, which scored 2 runners after tagging up in the second at bat, and then the hit by pitch and crossing home plate again in her 3rd at bat. Tiana Graham, the shortstop, can definitely find a hole here and score some more runners for One Tree Hill, but Rose Hill, they want to go and get the sticks happening themselves. Ball goes up, and Maya Lemon just goes back a couple meters to make the catch, and that will be the third out, retiring the side after One Tree Hill sent up 7, scoring none this time. And now we're going to go to the bottom of the 4th with One Tree Hill leading Rose Hill 13-3. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Dynasty Ballpark here in Christchurch for the 2023 Secondary Schools Championships. Well, we're at the bottom of the 4th innings here. It's One Tree Hill taking on Rose Hill College. It's 13-3 to One Tree Hill, but Rose Hill are not down and out just yet. They do need to score a run, however, and that's going to start them off with a runner on base of Ainsley Kairua, now safe on first base, and that's going to bring to bat Kyla Brown from the left field for her second at bats in this ball game. Kyla Brown, she struck out in her first at bat, but she knows how important it is this 4th innings. When you're down by 10, it can be run rule. I think they're calling dead ball on the last at bat. I was wondering the same, but would never question an umpire, ever. Never, ever. So, Kairua is going to go back into bats after the dead ball call. Down in the dirt for a ball. We see on the replay here, Joyce with the hit, I don't know. Dead ball, it didn't hit the foot, didn't hit the base, but dead ball's the call. Kairua heads it down the hot corner, where they make the play in time. They do that time. So Upu to Weatherly on first will be the first out of this one. And I'll change my hit to out. And that's one down. That's going to bring to bat Kyla Brown. No. Kiamaya Anderson is going to come in for a bat. And she fouls that away. Kiamaya Anderson, 2 strikes to call, goes down swinging on the 3rd. That will be 2 down, I think. Bit of confusion in the batter's box. Yep, 2 down there. And with 2 down, that's going to bring us back the top of the order. Now pitching is Trinity Waridi Toka. Leaves the first pitch. That is up top for a ball. 2 down here, bottom of the 4th. Rosehill need 1 run to continue this ball game. Skylar Breeze is doing everything in the middle apart from that. But good hitting from Wariri Toko, who smashes it up the middle. Joyce unable to get glove to ball, and she'll stand up on first base. And with 2 down, that's going to bring us back Sienna Dufty. From center field. Well, Ari Toka steals second base with absolute gas. Dufty squares up and then hits it to shortstop. Who will she make the play in time? No, she gets a pass, and there is the extra run that Rosehill needed to go into another innings. And One Tree Hill just unable to scoop the ball up and slow it down for them. So Dufty with the hit that scores the run. However you do it. So that will give them an extra run and a runner on at second base. And now at third. Skylar Breeze Joyce on the hill for One Tree Hill. Two down here at the bottom of the 4th. Rosehill down by 9. But with that extra run have guaranteed themselves another innings and another chance to come back. But they've still got one out up their sleeve in this one. Well, that one's hit. One bounce. Skylar Breeze comes in to make the play over to first, and that will retire the side, but not before Rosehill add another run to their total, which guarantees them another innings. We're going to go to the top of the 5th with One Tree Hill 13, Rosehill 4.
No time to fluff around today? No worries. Just swing into Caltex and pay for fuel with Pay an App to speed on through. Ooh, yeah. Feels good. Use it at your local participating Caltex.
100.9 and 94.9 at the hour.
When the radio's on and the sound is hot, you just have to enjoy. There's no way to stop. That's where it sounds like the best every day of the week. Better than all the rest. We let the music speak. All the best throwbacks, 90s and more. At the hour talk.
At the hour.
All the best throwbacks.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, that does it here from Dynasty Ballpark, and this one with One Tree Hill getting the win over Rosehill, 13 runs to 14, and just like that, the rain starts to come in, and we are going to call it on this one, ladies and gentlemen. Congratulations to One Tree Hill winning that one over Rosehill, but fantastic to see both of the teams out there doing such an exceptional job. We are going to call it quits on this one, but we will be back with another game up after this. Stick around. We'll be back with more from Dynasty Ballpark of the 2023 Secondary Schools Championships.
Kia ora koutou katoa. No mai, hara mai. Welcome back to Otautahi Christchurch Dynasty Ballpark for continued coverage on day 2 of the National Secondary Schools Championships. Great to have you along for it. We are up to the mainstay game today, and that'll be between Kaiapoi and Rolleston, 2 local high schools here in Otautahi Christchurch. A 3:15 round, so just starting a wee bit behind schedule, but we're up and running now as the weather has been interesting to say the least today. It's been rather entertaining to see the teams. They've been so fantastic with the weather and adapting to changes of draws and all those types of things that are required. It's really made a big difference. Great to have you along for it. Thank you so much for tuning in to Māori Active YouTube channel, of course, Sopa New Zealand's event page for this tournament. Great to have you along for it. I'm Jason Gerbies, aka Chopper. And it's a beautiful day now. It's turned out rather nice. A little bit of breeze, 12 degrees Celsius. It has reached the high for today. It says there is no more rain on the schedule for today. However, we've had some isolated showers just pop in from time to time. 31 kilometres of wind coming from the southerly direction, and that will make things a little bit cool. You can see the Port Hills there in the distance bouncing around with the wind, but we can see the Port Hills, and the locals tell me that's a good sign. And talk about a local coming into the booth with us in this one. Fantastic to have along with me one of the great locals, the stewards of softball here, Kiri Makiri. Kia ora hoa.
Kia ora. Nice day down here at Aotearoa.
Beautiful day here. You guys, I tell you, when they talk about Southern men being made of steel, and I'm starting to get an understanding what that's all about.
I can't believe these kids are actually out here playing, to be honest.
Aren't they? They just
Awesome to see.
fantastic. They're full of promise and poise and enthusiasm, and it's just great to see them out there on the diamond plane.
It's absolutely wicked. It's really good. It's really good.
Fantastic indeed. Well, kia ora koutou katoa. Welcome into today's broadcast and this afternoon's matchup. Kaiapoi taking on Rolleston. Let's have a look at the fielding team, which is Rolleston out in the field there with their maroon tops. Kaiapoi batting with their navy and sky blue stripes on their shirts, as you can see batting. Defensively for Kaiapoi, let's have a look at them for you. Left to right in the outfit will be Taylor Hardy, Jade Krosky and Alana Perkins. Will be at right field for Rolleston. Hot corner third base. See this one pop up, taken at first base successfully. First baseman is Amy Goodmanson. Second base today is J.R. Barnes. At shortstop is Caitlin Henson. Third base hot corner is Rebecca Proctor. Doing the catching for Rolleston is Naro Tamihana. And on the hill, Madison Parsons. I'm just going to check to make sure that is Madison still. It is indeed.
Yes, it certainly is.
Yep,
Yes.
still on the hill. Offensively for the Kaiapoi team, it'll be Abby McCurry should be leading off the catcher. Kahurangi Bergman will be the starting pitcher hitting in the 2 spot. Makaya Raimona will be at first base hitting 3 today. Mackenzie Bailey McDowell will be at shortstop hitting cleanup. Grace Bennington will be at third base hitting 5 today. Phoenix McLaughlin will be at left field. As you see a ground ball to first base, and Rolleston have taken care of business nice and quickly here through the top of the first innings. They've done a really job. Let's just finish that batting lineup for Kaiapoi before we duck away for a quick break. Maya Hunter is at second base hitting 7. Henny Wilkie is at centre field hitting 8. And Mihi Tai Ritchie is at right field. We'll round out the batting order for Kaiapoi. No score through the top of the first innings. Back in the bottom of the second in just a short moment.
Whoops, running on empty? Enjoy a 6 cents per litre fuel discount at your local Caltex with Pumped every day. Ah, feels good, eh? Get it at any participating Caltex.
Ladies and gentlemen,
This isn't about what we wore back in the day.
we're going to go now. Going once, going twice, no more offers. Sold!
It's about being trusted to get a better result for our clients since 1973.
Number one for all the best throwbacks, 90s and more.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the bottom of the first innings here in the match-up this afternoon. 3:15 scheduled start time. Just started a little smidge after that between Kaipoi and Rolleston. Let's look at Kaipoi's defensive lineup out there in the field right now. Left to right in the outfield, Phoenix McLaughlin, Henny Wilkie, Mihitai Ritchie will be the right fielder for Kaiapoi. Hot corner third base, Grace Bennington. At shortstop today for them is Mackenzie Bailey McDowell. Second base woman is Maya Hunter. Over at first base is Makaya Raimoana. And doing the catching is Abby McCutchie for Kahurangi Bergman on the hill. Offensively for Rolleston, it is, my apologies, Caitlin Henderson leads off the shortstop. Rebecca Proctor will be hitting 2 today, third basewoman. Amy Goodsman will be at first base hitting 3. Madison Parsons will hit for herself, the pitcher in the cleanup spot. Then it's Barnes, Tamihana Crooksley, Taylor Hardy, and rounding up the batting order for Rolleston will be the right fielder. That is Alana Perkins. You can see that centre field shot there, a little bit of bounce in that, and because that wind is still up here locally at Ototahi Dynasty Ballpark, and you can see in the distance the flags are blowing rather enthusiastically would be one way, but you can see the blue skies there. We're in for a great afternoon. Thank you so much for tuning in. Bottom of the first innings, no score in it here at the National Secondary Schools Championship. First pitch is a little high from Bergman. Kiri Makiri in the booth here, stored.
Local girl, plays for PCU, plays for New Zealand Junior White Sox.
Well, these girls are so talented. They're making all sorts of teams, and then of course all sorts of different codes. That's a great thing about our rangatahi these days, Kitty, is that they're able to play multiple sports. They're multiple talented.
Yeah,
I don't know how to keep up with them.
She plays a few games, a few sports. She gives everything a go. She even coaches. Coaches I think it's a team for a high school and volleyball.
Well, there you go, giving back through her coaching as well. You can just see the coaches are out there at the moment for Kaiapoi, just talking about the pitching technique that is required. With a bit of precipitation today, the mat has gone a bit wet, but they've dried it out, and now they're just working on a bit of technique, aren't they?
Yeah. Just trying to keep it safe. It's pretty hard in these conditions, though.
It's one of the things I love about secondary schools championship. These rangatahi or young athletes got a chance to have a go at things, and so maybe the starting pitcher here, Bergman, doesn't pitch on the regular, but now at a national championship, she gets a chance.
Exactly. That's just, it's great breeding ground for them. For us, it probably started a couple of years ago in the South Island.
Yeah.
They changed it from rep to clubs. And you got clubs from all around the Motu, way down south. Nelson, Invercargill, Dunedin, all putting teams in. And we're seeing the increase of a lot of players actually playing the sport.
Oh, isn't that fantastic? That one just a little high, and that's a hikoi. Kitapapatahi walk down to first base for the leadoff hitter Henderson. That'll bring up the bat now. Third basewoman, that is Rebecca Proctor.
Young Mouse scoots up to second.
And now seconds is not enough, and she'll go for third base. And she sneaks it on in there. Fantastic base running from Caitlin Henderson.
Yeah, she's not scared. She's always looking for that second base. Even you see her playing prems or all that stuff. And she's up at Wellington recently for Club Nationals. Her team comes second. It's good to see her play.
Well, it's fantastic to see her excelling
fast.
in her chosen code, and you did right with the speed of Henderson. I wouldn't be surprised to see her in a 100-metre race at athletics as well. That one just comes inside and grabs the leg of Proctor. She'll head down to first base. So coast to coast now are the base runners. No outs here for Rolleston in the bottom of the first innings. No runners scored yet. And it'll bring up an opportunity for first basewoman Amy Goodmanson.
I've never seen these girls play before, actually.
Never seen before. Got a great ring to it, isn't it? That one just a little bit high.
Except for your regulars. I haven't seen half these players, to be honest.
No, isn't that fantastic, Kitty, that at the secondary schools championships, it'll unearth some more talent. You know, you never know. And that one gets to the back. And Mouse, as you call her, Caitlin Henderson will come in to score the first run here in the bottom of the innings. And Rolleston lead 1-0.
It's probably only about 3 or 4 players I've seen.
Such an opportunity there it is.
The good thing they come from all different clubs.
Yeah.
You know, Kaiapoi and Bulkeley were definitely from Kaiapoi. Rolleston, yeah, same thing, but they all play in different clubs.
Fantastic seeing them come together as sisters, representing their Kura high schools. That one's down, and we'll at the same time Proctor will skid on over to third base. So again here, Rolleston now with runners in the corners.
So we've got Maddie P up to bat. She's had a big season, very big season.
Madison Parsons, the starting pitcher for Rolleston. First pitch of her is just a little low. And off down to the races. The second base goes Goodmanson. And so 2 runners in scoring position now.
Staying close, Maddie's going to have a go. It's interesting to see where the outfielders are.
Ground ball, a shortstop. And Bailey McDowell with a fine throw over to first base. That'll collect the first out. Another run comes in. 2-0 to Rolleston.
Yes, both the outfielders are up beside the lines. It's very unusual in this game.
Trying to cover all of that grass out there in the outfield. You can see that on the wide shot. Brings up the bat here, second basewoman, Jaya Barnes. One out already here in the bottom of the first innings. 2 runs plated for Rolleston.
It's good to see that blue sky there, Chop.
Isn't it? Isn't it? You see this one's just a little bit low.
Considering last night when about 12 o'clock, it pelted down. I was sound asleep and that woke me up.
We were in there setting up production last night, and I can tell you that with not only pelted, but we had hail here at the ballpark late last night.
Yeah.
So it's really kind of kept us on our toes, that's for sure. Barnes steps back in to go to work. 2 balls and 1 strike now, the count. This one just a little high. So a hitter's count now for Barnes. An opportunity. And this one's taken a little bit high by the Kai Hopper, the catcher. And that'll mean Barnes will head down to first base with a walk.
Not old Tommy Hunter coming up for a hit.
Catcher for Rolleston. Not going to miss her with a pink helmet. Fantastic, isn't it? Very easy to identify. So runners in the corners here for Rolleston. 1 away. Off and running on the first
Inside.
pitch, and home as well. Safe at second base, but Rolleston with a double steal, and they steal the lead here, 3-0.
Nice be armed by the catcher.
Great throw,
Give him a
wasn't it?
bye. Yep.
Abby McCurry with that big throw to second base.
Stop. This is the first chance I've got to see the Diamonds, actually.
Yeah, isn't it great? Of course, the new infields on both Diamond 1 and 2. I love the colour as well.
Yeah,
Kitty, it's
yeah,
so
it's
easy to see the ball in it. And of course, they're going to get a true bounce off this artificial turf.
Yeah.
This one's a little high and down to first base. So runners at 1 and 2 now for Rolleston. Still just one away here, but a double play from Kaiapoi could get them out of the innings. That'll bring up the bat here.
Jake Krosky.
Yeah, the centre fielder.
Oh, nice
Laser
one,
bunt down. It's a good one
Oh,
too.
nice,
And she will bleg it out. Rolleston really tilling this game on its head, Kitty. Fantastic double steal. Now a quick bunt. Boy,
Yeah.
they've got all the tricks of the trade, don't they?
Yes, they do. The old coach Craig Parsons on third baseline. He's been around the sport for many years. He knows his game.
Sure has indeed. Taylor Hardy now, left fielder with loaded bases. First ball to her is a little low.
Quite like this catcher, eh? He's got good makings there.
Yeah, McCurry
enough.
behind the dish. Not a lot gets past her, that's for sure. And a swing and a strike on one of the top of the zone. Levels the count now at 1 and 1. One away here. That breeze, talked about a southerly. Well, just here locally at the ballpark, a Dynasty ballpark, you can see the flags in the distance. It's flowing from the one. And it's a fair play. You can see the umpire at home plate with his arm up pointing in. Means the ball is taken in fair territory. And just like that, in a blink of an eye, Rolleston add to their lead, 4-0.
And another out. Oh no. Yes.
See on the replay here, ball just grabbed before it goes foul.
Oh, that looks a bit foul if you ask me.
It's close, isn't it?
Oh, I think the umpire might have got that wrong. But hey, we're all human.
So you did right. They did get another out. The force at third base. So 2 away here now.
Oh, swing and a miss.
From the right fielder, Aliana Perkins.
Stop.
Again, another good stop by McCurry behind the dish. 1-1 the count now. See the shadows casting over the diamond. That's a good sign because it means the sun's out, Kitty. This one skips in. Going to 3, the throw and the tag. It's bang, bang, and a great slide into third base. Runners in the corners now.
2 down.
See that just in the neck. What a slide, Kitty.
Nice slide.
What a slide. And this one pops up. Looking to get underneath it as the shortstop, and she will make the catch. And that'll do the bottom of the first innings. It's not before Rolleston, though, with some great contact, good patience, and some nifty coaching. They snag 4 runs at the bottom of the first innings. Back on the top of the second, Rolleston leading Kaiapoi 4-0.
Want to catch a fuel bargain with Caltex and Supergold? Scan your Caltex app, Flybuys or Airpoints for 6 cents off per litre with Pumped. And show your Supergold card for an extra 2 cents off. Ah, feels good.
For all the best throwbacks, 90s and more.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It's the top of the second innings here. We've got a good match-up between Kaiapoi and Rolleston. First pitch, ground ball to third base. And a lovely throw over there in time. Rolleston have come out in the bottom of the first innings, really firing. 4 runs they scored. And now, defensively, 1 pitch, 1 out. Kitty, we were talking a little bit in the break here about how fantastic it is to see our rangatahi back at a national championship after so many years of delay, of course, with COVID and things.
It's been, this is very huge, you know, like you can't underestimate this at all. And this is the breeding ground where a lot of these young ones get a chance to show their wares. We may not go away to the big tournaments, but turn up, want to have a crack, and they're doing it. You got 3 or 4 players in this team are all junior White Sox, you know, so big credit to them. They're all young too. They're all 15, 16. So you see that sort of calibre in the game. You see them away at the big tournaments, representing and doing well in their own right too.
Well, fantastic to have their talent on showcase. Of course, one of the great things about these rangatahi getting an opportunity to come back to a national championship, that one come through the zone levels count 2 and 2. It's not necessarily about the winning of the matches or the tournament, is it?
No, it's about playing, it's participation. Like I noticed it about 3 years ago when the South Island became a club tournament instead of a rep tournament. And just seeing 10, 15 teams, girls and boys teams playing was just huge. It's huge for the sport. Doesn't matter if they don't stay in the sport, but at least they're giving that sport a go, which from my eyes is very, very, very gratifying.
It's a win-win situation, isn't it? I mean, these kids, these rangatahi, these great young talent of athletes. We see ground ball, third base. This one will sneak down the line, and down to first base successfully is Grace Bennington. So first base runner on for Kaiapoi here in the second innings.
So the enjoyable thing is they get to know each other and settle in and meet new friends, make new friendships. It's really good.
That one just fouls off at the plate.
Just enjoy yourself, eh?
Agreed.
I've been around the sport long enough to see that happen.
Well, I've observed these young athletes, both, of course, the boys and the girls tournaments are in participation here. Division 1, but also Division 2 ladies are here in Christchurch. And, of course, Division 2 North Island boys are up in Hastings right now as we speak. But it's great to see these young rangatahis. That throw goes up. Oh, she gets the second base. Oh, she'll have to get back in time. And, a bang play. And they get her at first base. Great heads-up play, though, by Rolleston, especially the right fielder, Aliana Perkins.
Yes, it's a great play.
And a swing and a miss. She'll have to take off the first base. She's got the skates on. And Rolleston, boy, have they come to play here. Fantastic indeed as they'll go through the top of the second innings and get that completed without leaking any runs. They still lead 4 runs to 0. Back soon with more live action here from the National Division 1 Secondary Schools Championships from Ōtautahi Christchurch. It is Dynasty Broadcast. Wollaston have really come out to play here in this match-up against Kaipoi on day 2 of competition at the National Secondary School Championships, brought to you by Whakaato Māori in Softball New Zealand. Great to have you along for it. I'm Jason Gerbies, AK Chopper. Joining me in the booth, a local legend of the game, Kiri Makiri. Man, fantastic.
Legend.
Well, that comes, it's like fine wine, isn't it? E hoa, where, you know, at a certain time, that wine starts to taste good. And I'd say with your experience, the wine must taste pretty good.
Oh, well, it does.
Fantastic. Fantastic to have you here, and fantastic to have you all along here for today's broadcast. It's our complete privilege to bring you that on behalf of Broadpark Broadcasting and the rest of the sponsors that are involved here at this National Championship. And as just mentioned here, it'll be Wollaston. They will get a chance to start at the top of the shop again. Caitlin Henderson.
Probably should have a crack at that.
First pitch comes down through the zone. Henderson being very patient here.
Probably a little bit too patient. She probably should be able to crack it in plus.
This one is a little further outside. So levels the count now, 1 ball and 1 strike. After Henderson will be Proctor and Goodmanson. 4 runs they scored in the bottom of the first innings. I'm sure they'd love to replicate that here in the bottom of the second pitches over the top of the zone. So 2 balls and 1 strike now.
She's a catcher for a club. Playing third base today. Here comes the pitch. Bit high.
This one is a little bit high, and down to first base goes Henderson. So 2 at-bats of the day so far for Henderson. And the second one's a goodie as she will be down at first base. That'll bring up the bat now. Third baseman Rebecca Proctor.
And away she goes.
First pitch, she stole 2 bases in the first innings, did Henderson. She's taken 1 already here. I think it's only a matter of moments before she tries to sneak that third base as well, Kitty.
Yes.
Well, we can see the
supporters.
Yeah, the boys from Wollaston here as well, competing. And they're showing some support of their sisters from school.
Yep.
That's the cool thing about school sports, isn't it? As you mentioned before, there might be different clubs or whatever the case is, or they may have even come from a different code. As we see that one just clip the foot, and then we'll head down to first base.
It's always a big thing if your school's playing and you're in the tournament. You come and see them, whether it's a boys' school or teams, boys or girls' team. They always come and support.
They sure do indeed. Plenty of culture from each kuta. There's that one just a little low, and the runners will advance 60 feet. So both in scoring position now.
Sets up Amy Goodmanson quite well. Scored a run last time at bat. Shapes up for a bunt. Old tricky coach again.
Well, that's it, isn't it? Wollaston did put down a fine bunt back in the first innings. That's that short hit. Yep. Try and catch the defence unaware. Were successful
way back
in the first innings. This one's down and off to the races comes Henderson, and she will come and score the 5th run of the ball game here now for Wollaston.
Here we go again.
Continuing on the mound here for Kaipoi, Kahurangi Bergman. One just a little bit high, and that'll allow
Runners on the corners.
Yeah, good Manson. Head down to first base, as you just so rightly put. Runners on the corners now.
And then comes Matty Parsons. Whoop, that pitch.
And that one just clips the inside, and she'll head down to first base with a hit pitch. No outs here in the bottom of the second innings.
A lot of bags, eh?
Loaded bags, dreams are made of.
Wow.
And the pitcher, as you can see, will really be working hard on the rubber here, trying to get a firm grip before she leaps into action. This one down a little low.
Joy Barnes at bat.
Second basewoman for Rolleston.
Talk about dreams are made of. This is what it's all about.
Isn't it?
Nice single hit. May score 2. Whoops. No pitch.
And that one just gets a little caught up with the feet. Go back and reset. That's okay. Nothing wrong with that whatsoever. That's the great thing about softball. You get another opportunity, don't you?
Yeah, probably lost the catcher.
Yeah. And the umpires will just come together here. Officially, normally when that happens, it's called an illegal pitch and it's a ball on the batter. But maybe these two gentlemen out here officiating for us, they're doing a fine job. They say, hey, you know what? Secondary schools, it's okay.
Exactly. No one's losing a house on this.
No, you did right. And it's a beautiful day. The sun is out in Ototahi. Couldn't be any better. Actually, coincidentally, Kitty McKitty in the booth here with us, since you've arrived, the sun has come out.
Yeah.
Why did you not turn up earlier today?
It's called work. Got to pay the bills there, Chop.
Well, I love the mahi that you did with the weather for us, Iho, and it's great to have you along for this great game of Poyuka softball here, Ototahi, Christchurch. Back to the action now. Loaded bases. This one's a little high.
The old batter's meaning business in there.
All set to go. And of course, the strike zone for the batter is between the knees and the armpits, or just below the armpits.
Whoop.
That one a little bit low, doesn't quite get between the knees and the armpits, and she'll head down at first base. It'll also push a runner around and add to the lead here. 6 runs to 0 now to Rolleston over Kaiapoi. Brings up the bat the catcher, Ngaro Tamihana.
Yeah, I think this girl's come to play too.
Really impressed with this Rolleston team. I love the resilience of Kaiapoi as well, to be fair. I've just been a fan. I've been a fan already on day 2. And there's still another couple of days to go with this national championship.
It's great, eh? The good thing with the Rolleston teams, they got like 2 or 3 clubs these girls play in. Kaiapoi is probably mainly only the one. But you see the strengths in their junior sides are nice, but straight out the middle.
And nice play by the shortstop, Bailey McDowell, to throw it over in time. Picks up the first out. Another run does come in on the play. Moves the scoreline 7 now.
So in the junior grades down here, there's a lot of young up-and-coming players. It's good to see. We've got that continual movement coming through now. So you got likes of, Mackenzie, Bailey McDowell, Junior White Sox, plays prems for a club, been to many tournaments this year. You got Matty P, now the team, Mouse, all doing it. But where they started to where they are now, it's only been like a few years really. I used to watch these kids playing outside and between the diamonds when they're about 7 or 8. So here they are now doing it. They got good role models in front of them too.
Fantastic role models indeed. Rolleston with a firm grip on this one. 7 runs at the moment.
Yep, the batters are meaning business, aren't they?
They sure are indeed. Very, very impressive. Jade Crooksky, centre fielder. Swing and a miss. A good pitch.
Yes.
by Bergman. Starting to find a rhythm, isn't she?
She's starting to get out. Another couple of years, she'll be a different pitcher altogether. You'll see her progress pretty quick. Oh, she's easy. Good pitch. A little bit dejected, but it's just the game. So we're going to drag the pitcher.
Oh, the umpire. So the coach is going to come out here and just have a chat and see what they would like to do with Kaiapoi. They do have a star pitcher on their roster, the shortstop, Mackenzie Bailey McDowd. But, of course, the great thing with the National Championship here is that, as we talked a little bit earlier, it's an opportunity for the rangatahi, isn't it?
Yeah. Thing is, she won't be able to. She'll have to control the pitches pretty well too, because it's a new catcher.
They are going to make a change on the hill, so straight swap. Bailey McDowd will move from shortstop into pitch, and Bergman will move over to shortstop. So they have a called upon. The games are 1 hour and a half here at the National Championship. So with that in mind, I guess you want to get up early.
Oh, yeah, definitely. I mean, it's always a game of strategy. Some of it's luck.
And here we go. As you see the new pitcher coming. This pitching change brought to you by Ballpark Broadcasting. We're back with more live action here from day 2 at the National Championship. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to continued coverage here. The Poiuka Softball National Championship brought to you by Whakaako Māori and Softball New Zealand. We're partway through the bottom of the second innings here between Rolleston and Kaiapoi. Rolleston got off to a hot start, 7 runs to 0. Pitching change for Kaiapoi. Mackenzie Bailey McDowd, apologies. She comes on to the hill, and you'll see she throws at a great rate of knots, and we'll have an opportunity to really start to pin down this offense for Rolleston.
Yeah, definitely. Oh, nice pitch. Good catching too. Nice framework there.
There you go. First batter she faces. She sits her down on strike. So 2 away now here for Rolleston. Going to bring up the bat here, the right fielder, Aliana Perkins. See on the replay here, Kitty, how quick, how accurate.
Oh, she's good. She's very good. I mean, especially in this grade.
And pumps another strike through the zone. She's in a hurry. It's like she's got a plane to catch.
Yeah. See, a lot of these players wouldn't see her that much. Whereas you see in the...
well, there you go. 2 batters, 6 pitches. Wow, the pitching changes work for the new Kai Epa into the game here for Kaiapoi. She'll take care of business, and that'll do us through the bottom of the second innings. Rolleston do score another 3 runs. They lead 7 runs to 0. Top of the third coming up next. fast, Tino Tere, the action here. Welcome back to continuous coverage. It's great to have you along. As you can see, the Kai Epa pitcher warming up here to get us underway in the top of the third innings for Rolleston. Of course, a new turf, artificial turf here, Kitty here in commentary with us. You can see the pitching block on top. What is the pitching block used for?
Well, that's basically just to keep them stable and not to dig into the artificial turf. Keeps it free flowing, especially for pitchers, because they can injure themselves very easily. It's a good matchup now. You got Matty P and Mackenzie. Both those girls are good pitchers.
It sure is indeed. Well, Kaiapoi will look to try and get their first run of the ball game. They'll send up Maya Hunter, the second basewoman, Henny Wilkie, a centre fielder, and Mihitai Ritchie, the right fielder. 1, 2, 3 as we get underway here in the top of the third.
I like their catches too, which makes that battery a lot stronger. Nice hit.
Down the side and just out of play.
Deserve better.
Yeah, great little contact, wasn't it?
Yeah. Just goes to show you a bit of speed on the ball. Just get the bat to it and she'll take off. Having that confidence in the batting box too.
2 balls and 1 strike. And
there we go.
Slow roller, and Parsons will take care of that herself for the first out. It's one thing with a good fielding pitcher, they become another infielder, don't they, after they pitch the ball, the Kaiapoi.
Yes.
You see that one come through on the inside part of the zone of the centre fielder.
It's having that confidence too. You know, like she plays in a few teams and being all around the countryside, and she has that confidence to go for it instead of laying back, waiting for someone else to do it.
As you see one just go a little foul down the right field line.
Is Henny Wilkie?
Yep, Henny Wilkie. She fouls that one off to stay alive in this at-bat. Been really impressed with the resilience of Kaiapoi. You know, they're a type of team that I don't think they're going to go anywhere in a hurry as far as you might think, we can walk straight past them. Well, I don't know if you can. They stay at it. They've got a smile on your face, as you see by Wilkie there getting tagged out. I think if you take a nap on them, you never know.
It's like because they play their club ball together and they have good coaches out there, like young Lindsay. She puts a lot of effort into the game, not only in her club, but also Canterbury.
That one comes through the zone on the right fielder now, Mihitai Ritchie. And rounds over that one, and whoa, just a little right-hand English as it snakes off into foul territory.
And the Kaiapoi club has a few members putting a lot of time in there, like old Boggy. So it's the same in all the clubs, really. Especially in the last 5 years up here. The clubs, we've had a lot of Americans come over, and they've shared the knowledge.
Isn't that great? Isn't it great to have that knowledge being shared around amongst everyone, as we've all done through the top of the innings, Huri Pau Arunga of the third. It is Rolleston leading 7 runs to 0. Bottom of third coming up next.
No time to fluff around today? No worries. Just swing into Caltex and pay for fuel with Pay an App to speed on through. Ooh, yeah. Feels good. Use it at your local participating Caltex.
Ladies and gentlemen,
this isn't about what we wore back in the day.
we're going to do it now. Going once, going twice, no more offers. Sold!
It's about being trusted to get a better result for our clients since 1973.
Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Great to have the support of Bailey's here at the National Championship. We had a little bit earlier in the booth William Wallace, the General Manager of the Commercial Division from Bailey's. Fantastic to have their support here at the National Secondary Schools Softball Championship. Bottom of the third innings. Kaipoi leading 7-0.
This is a good matchup.
It is a very good matchup. They'll go top of the shop here. They've had 9 batters through each innings have Rolleston. Now with the pitching of Mackenzie Bailey McDowd, maybe we'll see a little different as this one squeezes underneath the glove of the second basewoman. And look at Henderson. Puts a jetpack on. She's at second base.
That's just a little bit of an experience, really. Shortstop going all the way out there. But it is what it is.
Fantastic, though. Opportunity taken there by Henderson. Now aboard at second base in scoring position. Rebecca Proctor.
Ooh. Tries for a bunt. He's past her. Another bunt again, I'd say. Oh no.
And Bailey McDowell just pours one through the zone.
Just got to get back to the ball, get the ball to the wrist.
Sure do indeed. And that one pours through as well. And I tell you what, this Mackenzie Bailey McDowell's a strikeout queen.
Yep.
Picks up the first out here in the bottom of the third innings. Bring up to bat now for Rolleston.
Ooh.
A quick bunt attempt will go foul off the bat here of Amy Goodmanson.
Nice shape up, actually.
When you say shape up, Kitty, what do you mean?
Moving around to it, facing up.
Yep.
Putting the bat up there. Giving yourself some time. What she's doing now.
Facing up again, as you
Yep.
mentioned.
Nice
This one's
punch.
down and
Bad luck.
How close
Bad
was
luck.
that to being? You can see how
Perfect.
quick she is down the
Yep.
line there, Goodmanson.
Yep.
She'll have to come back. That's a foul ball, so she'll retreat back to the batter's box for another turn. There'll be 2 strikes on her, though.
Like I said, just get the bat to the ball, get the ball to the wrist, and away you go. Yeah, that's the one. At least you had a crack at it.
Did indeed. Bailey McDowell rips it through the zone and picks up the second innings here. Back-to-back strikeouts.
Then comes Maddie P. Let's see what she can do.
And Madison Parsons.
Pitcher on pitcher.
And it's
Swing and
power on
miss.
power, isn't it?
Yep.
First pitch. Plenty of velocity.
Oh, nice piece. Nice piece. Fouled off.
That'll move the count to 2 strikes now. Henderson led off, and she's down. And then Paparua, second base.
Oh, nice
Hit
piece.
one. Down the line, though, in foul territory.
It's good to watch this. That's why you pay the big bucks to come to softball every day.
Isn't it fantastic? It's been a great season, too, of lots of different events here in
definitely.
Otautahi, Christchurch, and across the country in Poiuka
great.
softball.
It's good to see it again. It's good to see this COVID not stopping anyone nowadays. It's quite good.
Isn't it fantastic?
Been starved there for a couple of years. Oh, nice be hit by
Ground ball, second base, woman.
Get out.
Boy, nice
Second
gather.
first.
And she will make the play and complete the bottom of the third innings. First time Rolleston haven't scored a run. And the pitching change to Bailey McDowell has done the job. We'll be back with more live action here from Otautahi at the Whakaata Māori presentation of the National Secondary Schools Championship. Back soon. Well, day 2 of competition at the National Softball Secondary Schools Championships has been thick and fast here after the weather interruptions on day 1 of competition here at Ōtautahi, Christchurch. It's fantastic to have you back along here for this one. We've got Rolleston taking on Kaipoi, leading 7 runs to 0. A pitching change here for Rolleston. Sees the centre fielder Jade Krosky come in and take on the mound. Kitty, we saw her in her warm-ups, didn't look too bad.
No, very good, very good. I've seen glimpses of her this season, but not too much. She certainly got the goods. Nice pitch.
Well, it looks like a new opportunity, and you can see already by a couple of deliveries from Krosky that she can pitch, but so can the batter here, Abby McCarthy. She rips that one down the line. A great hit for Kaipoi.
Nice hit. Extremely nice. It's a run on 1.
As we see here, the batters are getting ready to go to battle again. And back into the batter's box here, Kahurangi Bergman was a starting pitcher for the match. She now will carry on at shortstop and take on her batting duties. Kaipoi may have given up 7 runs for the first 2 innings, Kitty, but I kind of sense
they're coming back with a bit of
yeah.
Bit of vigor. Oh, nice swing.
That one goes
late hit.
Goes a little bit foul.
Nice swing.
Sorry, way you go, Kitty.
That's the thing, you know, any sort of hit in this game is going to score runs. So the outfielders are in shallow. So nice big hit, it's going to score some runs here. Oh, nice swing again. Just a little bit late.
But you can see the resilience of Bergman in the batter's box here. She's not allowing that ball to get past her, is she?
No. It's going to be match-up, actually.
2-2 the count now. 2 balls and 2 strikes.
Up by it.
That'll fill the count, 3-2. You can see the new artificial turf here, Kitty. A new addition to Dynasty Ballpark. What's your thoughts?
Personally, I think it's a good thing.
Yeah.
It matches up with everyone else around the country. I'm still a fan of skin diamonds. Probably always will, because I grew up on it.
Yeah.
But this is a good thing. Very good thing.
It sure is indeed. The cool thing with the new artificial turf, of course, Kitty, is just like we've had in the first day and a half. We've had a lot of rain, but that field's still playable.
Exactly.
They can continue to play in this weather and these conditions, and also, I guess, for the grounds crew, they're not out there having a mop up or try and dry out the surface or remark the diamond. It's a fantastic solution.
So here in Ōtautahi, we got 2 turf diamonds out of Kaipoi, 1 in Rolleston, PCU have 1 in New Brighton, and 2 here. So we're quite lucky, really.
We are lucky indeed.
Not as big as our Auckland cousins, of course, who have about 20 all over the place.
Yeah, there's a few popping up, but it's a great solution, isn't it? I mean, you see it not just in Poyuka softball, but lots of different codes.
It's coming into all sports, isn't it?
Yes, it is. And it's playable. It feels relatively natural. As you see that one come through the zone. Another strikeout here. Great pitching by the relief pitcher for Rolleston, Jade Krosky.
Yes, that's probably what they should have done down deep south, down in Cargill.
Sorry, Kitty, apologies. She was heading to first base. I thought she was heading to the dugout. So it's actually 1 down. 2 runners on now for Kaipoi, and it couldn't be any better.
Nice. Yes,
because they'll bring up their relief pitcher now, Mackenzie Bailey McDowell.
And she can hit. Trust me.
Boy, oh boy, can she hit all right. Set and ready to go. This pitch is outside.
Comes from a very good softball pedigree.
Sure does indeed. Of course, her mother, Jane, went to the 2000 Sydney Olympics for New Zealand. That one goes foul out of play. Her dad's not a bad chap either.
Oh, he's all right. He's all right. Has his moments.
Fantastic.
I've known him for quite a few years.
Oh, great family. Just, you know, that's the great thing about Poiuka softball across New Zealand. It's full of whānau that give back to the sport, put a lot into it. And it's a great atmosphere, isn't it?
So when he was around about 14, I was coaching the Eastern Southern team from Gore, and he's playing the Southern team up in Blenheim. That's when I first met him. And henceforth, Harry got his nickname Boggy because he couldn't keep his mouth shut. And and there was a radio announcer down in Invercargill called Boggy. And that's how he got his nickname.
Oh, cool. Well, there you go, Boogie. You got a fantastic daughter here. And tell you what, fantastic school in Kaiapoi as well. That one's a little bit high. Challenge here between the relief pitcher, Krosky, and Bailey McDowell. Full count, 3 balls and 2 strikes now. Here comes the delivery. Inside and just misses his zone.
That's all you got to do on a batter like that. Just keep it low.
She'll head down to first base, and so they're all loaded now. And I'll bring up the bat third basewoman, Grace Bennington.
It's going to be interesting.
Kaiapoi giving up 7 runs for the first 2 innings, and you can just feel a little bit here that the momentum
Load of bags, 1 down.
has shifted just a little.
Force play home. Just got to get it over that plate.
Kai Epa, new pitcher.
Ball 2.
Came in and replaced the starter Madison Parsons as Jay Krosky, and she throws a strike right there. So 2-1 now the count.
Just got to get them to swing. Oh, here comes the pressure. 3-1.
Just misses on the inside. Tino Tata. Close. Very close.
Very close. Whoop,
This
here we go.
one's down low, and just like that, in the blink of an eye, don't you go napping on Kaiapoi. They get their first run of the game. 7-1 now.
Still load of bags.
Only 1 away here in the top of the 4th innings.
And steps Phoenix McLaughlin.
And it looks like they're Wollaston's just going to take time here. You mentioned their experienced coach, Mr. Parsons, out there to have a chat to them.
Just calm the farm a wee bit.
You can see he's not panicking though, is he?
No, there's no need to.
Look, teams giving their high fives. That's a great thing about this Poiuka softball secondary school championships.
Thing is, it's a team sport. It's not an individual sport.
Amen to that, Iho. Amen to that.
You know, you could have one of the best pitchers in the world but still lose the game, or a biggest batting lineup and still lose the game.
Well, here we go. Back to the action. 1 away here. Loaded bases. Kaiapoi just plated their first run of the ball game.
It makes a difference when a team gets behind you too.
Brings up the bat here. Left fielder, Phoenix McLaughlin.
Nice swing, nice pitch.
Rohe Maui, left fielder.
I mean, just if that bat touches that ball, puts it in play, it's all up to the fielders. Oh, you could swing.
Just over the top of that one. You did right. It's just about making contact, isn't it?
Yeah, if I was the batter, I'd be choking up a little bit.
Yeah.
Let's give that a bit more control. But they're all young and learning. Ooh.
This one just outside. And the batter's like, ooh, is it in or is it out? I love it. I love it. 2 balls and 2 strikes now, they count.
Here we go. Oh,
Foul,
no, foul
ball down the left field line, but contact made, Kitty. Contact made.
Definitely. 2 and 2. 1 out. Load of bags.
Oh.
Kaiapoi has a chance to give him a couple more runs here.
Toruga Kai, almost 3 runners on the base here for Kaiapoi, and we just see this figure that one, she is out this time, so 2 away now. They'll hand over the reins to the second basewoman, Maya Hunter.
She looked good at the last turn at bat too. Up high. 2 down. A lot of bags. 7-1 to Rolliston. Whoop. Bit of a wild pitch. Good stop by the catcher. At least it bounces in front of the catcher instead of to the side.
This
Oh,
one
here we
pops
go.
up.
Oh, here we go.
Coming for it in the first baseman for Rolliston. 2-handed take by Amy Goodmanson, and that'll take care of business in the top of the 4th innings. Not before, though, Kaiapoi, they pick up their first run of the match. Bottom of the 4th innings coming up next. Rolliston leading Kaiapoi 7 runs to 1. Fetu ki tahi. See you soon. Well, day 2 has been a change of the weather after intermittent play yesterday here in Otautahi Christchurch at Dynasty Ballpark. Well, day 2 has really turned it on. The games started at 10 o'clock this morning. Rosehill taking on Kaiapoi. And then at 11:45, well, here on Diamond 1, Westlake took on Kaiapoi. What a close game that was. And then One Tree Hill, we're at Rosehill in the 1:30 game. We're up to the 3:15 game. There's one more game on the schedule today after this one, and that'll see Rosehill take on Westlake. 2 Auckland sides that are here in Otautahi Kiri. I think that one will be a great battle.
Yeah, sounds like it. Sounds like it. Is it the Rosehill's the team to beat? Is that correct?
They definitely are one in contention. One Tree Hill putting their hands up
One Tree
nice firmly and high as well. So
Yeah.
we've got a lot of great teams here in Otautahi for the National Championship. Of course, it's the Girls Division 1 feature matches here on the live streaming today. And day 2 will be the Boys Division 1. Really looking forward to that one. The draw has been adjusted, and I believe Softball New Zealand will be releasing it now. You can find all of the information on the tournament. Just head to Softball New Zealand's website. That is softball.org.nz. And head to the events page. And you'll find the national tournaments and, of course, this one here for the secondary schools. It's great to have you along for it. Thank you so much for tuning in.
Swing and a miss. Strike out.
As we see the first out here on the bottom of the 4th innings. But it's great to have you along for it. I'm very privileged to be at the event and witnessing these young rangatahi taking this great game of Poi Uka to a national championship. And as we see, time called by the umpire. And he just wants to come over and have a chat to the pitcher. I'm Jason Gubizako. Chopper, of course, I mentioned earlier, joining us in the booth for this one. The whole way through is Kitty Makiri. What have you thought about this match between Rolleston and Kaipoi?
Well, to me, it's like it's seeing both ends of the scales, really. You got a young, very young team. Well, both teams are pretty young, but coming together in short notice and playing for your school is different than playing for your club with the same bunch of girls all the time. But it's there's some good players coming in my eyes. I like both catches, really do, and I've never seen those girls catch before, especially catching to a couple of top pitchers. And then we got Rolleston brings on another relieving pitcher who I think is reasonably good. All bodes well for the future, especially here in Haratei. Nice big hit.
Yeah,
second
base woman is actually really starting to play some good
Yeah.
softball. Another ground out to her and gets the job done here in the bottom of the fourth innings.
It's just getting that game time, eh?
Isn't it? And that's what you were just alluding
Yeah,
to,
yeah,
wasn't
yeah.
it? Maya Hunter just starting to see her, both hands are down behind the ball, legs are bent,
Yeah.
the right position, and playing really, really well.
Yeah, and once you get taught a few more things, because they're only young.
Yeah.
Like some of these kids must be 13, 14. So it's a big step up.
Sure is indeed.
Especially the next grade's coming up for them. It's a big step up. But I think they'll rise to that challenge quite easily.
Of course.
And again, you get the right coaching, it's all good.
Of course, their honours board at school, if they can pick up a national
Yeah.
championship.
Exactly.
I know the reason for their school's name being there is because they were part of the team.
Exactly. Inside down. 2 balls, 2 strikes. And steps Jade Krosky at the plate.
Yeah, reliable placement pitcher for Rolleston. Started at centre field. So there's one just down below the zone.
Ball 3, strike 2. Full house.
I like this pitch. It's an action pitch. They
Oh,
call it
straight
in.
down the
It's action from Bailey McDowd as she pulls it through the zone. Kaipoi looking strong now, trailing by 6. But don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. I've got a feeling that Rolleston have got some business coming to them from Kaipoi at the top of the 5th innings. We'll see you shortly here in Otautahi, Christchurch, for a continuation of this matchup on day 2. Back soon.
Whoops, running on empty? Enjoy a 6 cents per litre fuel discount at your local Caltex with Pumped every day. Ah, feels good, eh? Get it at any participating Caltex.
A game has changed here on Diamond 1 at Dynasty Ballpark. For the first 2 innings, it was all Rolleston. A pitching change for Kaipoi, bringing the shortstop into pitch of Mackenzie Bailey McDowd, has really flipped the switch on this one. Since then, Kaiapoi have scored the only run of the ball game. So they trail by 6, but the shift of momentum, I think you can feel it out there, Kitty, for sure. And for Kaiapoi, now is the time. Ko tēnei te wā. Continue on the hill here will be Jade Kroski. As we just see a couple of changes being made here. And they'll just make sure they've got that done. Kitty, we mentioned a little bit before the vibe and the feel here of these rangatahi at this national championship. What has it been like for you to experience it?
For me, it's been quite good because, I've coached an under-14 team once, and we were seated like 10th from the previous year, and we come 4th, and it was like we won it. It was really good. Hello, Pat. And that sort of thing can easily excel in this game, any one of these games at any one point in time. So they're going to make these memories, and it'll last quite a while, but if they get consistent and keep coming to it and keep participating in it, they'll just get better and better. And like I've had the privilege to coach a lot of kids along the way. Chris Hanna's one. His mum's sitting right beside me, so I better mention his name. But there's a lot of players like that, you know, and a lot of those players have got higher honours. It's really good. Not because of me though, it's because of the kid.
It is indeed, and it's great to see those young rangatahi athletes accepting the challenge that is laid in front of them and really taking advantage of it, isn't it? It's fantastic. Kua tautoko te wero. The challenge has been laid, and it's been laid by Rolleston so far in the top of the 5th innings, leading by 6. Kaiapoi, though, they look like, as we've mentioned a number of times now here, that they are starting to come back, aren't they?
They got that feel.
That one will go foul.
Things change pretty quickly in this game too.
Don't they?
It's the glory of the game. It's very short and sharp.
Don't blink.
No.
Henia Wilkie now. And you can see there, she can see the ball. She's going to go for it. I like that about her.
Struck
just
out.
Backing herself. Doesn't quite make connection this time, but the more she does that, the better she's going to be, isn't it?
Exactly. Just swing that bat.
Aye.
That's what we're saying all game. Once the ball hits that bat, away it goes.
Mihitai Ritchie now gets her opportunity. She's batting in the 9 spot. Fielding in the Rohe Mātou, right outfield, defensively for Kaiapoi.
So 1 out.
This one's just a little bit low.
Hello. Ball 1, strike 1.
Count level now.
Good consistent pitching, isn't it?
Isn't it? Isn't it? And they're not afraid either to just kind of pour it on in there.
Yep. Oh, nice swing. Oh.
And the ball gets dropped, and she'll have to throw up the first base, and she does in time. Good defensive play from Rolleston, and good speedy movement from the catcher, Ngaro Tamihana. That'll bring up the top of the shop now, Abby McCurry.
Yep.
She had a great hit.
Yes, she did. She did.
To left field, back in the 4th innings.
Nice pitch.
And
nice call.
Oh, sorry. That was Mihitai Ritchie. Apologies. We thought she was out, but we played the count wrong. So she came back, got one more pitch, and now she's got to walk down to first base, and she kind of tricked us all on that one.
Here's this catcher. Here's this big
Now's the catcher, the big catcher. You did right with a big hit, I should say, for Abby McCarthy.
Nice pitch. Good start.
Kai Hopu. Apologies. The catcher here for Rolleston batting now.
Oh, nice hit.
Ground ball to shot, so slow roller. They'll have to throw it quickly. They'll go to second base to get the lead runner. So 2 away now. That'll bring up the starting shortstop to Tata. So you see that slow roller again.
Yeah. Kahurangi Bergman.
Kahurangi Bergman, the shortstop for Kaiapoi.
Nice pitch. Low in the corner. It's good when you see them having, but if they got that control,
they do
they
indeed.
keep it.
This one just outside.
Oh, swing.
One right down the middle too, boy. She's like, woo, I want that one back again.
Yeah. That's all the pitcher's got to do, is get it down there.
Kaiapoi want to be accurate as well as with pace. The pitcher.
Nice hit.
And that one had a bit of pace on it, but it'll go foul down the line.
So Ralston just wants the one more out to retire the side. Top of 5, scores 7-1 to Ralston.
Leading by 6, Kaiapoi. Need to try and see if they can sneak another run in here. 1 ball and 2 strikes now.
Ooh.
Fights this one off, does Bergman. You can see his smiles. They're having a good time, aren't they?
Having fun.
Just
enjoy it. Just enjoy it. Swing the bat, hit the ball, and away you go.
Next pitch again is fouled off, and
just a bit late.
You can see the whittle has been laid, and standing up to the whittle. The challenge here is the starting shortstop for Kaiapoi, Kahurangi Bergman.
Oh, she had a look at that too.
Starting at the top
but of
the zone. That'll level the count now. Ruakirua, 2-2. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Of course, Multi Plus are going to be in the house on Friday. Both grand finals, Kitty, are going to be broadcast not just on Māori Active YouTube channel, and of course, but also Māori Active. That is the online platform for Whakaata Māori. So we're looking forward to that one on Friday. The girls' grand final scheduled for 11 a.m. that morning. Sorry, 11:30 a.m. and then the boys' grand final is scheduled for 2 p.m. So make sure you earmark those ones in your calendar. That one outside, and it'll be a walk. We'll head down to first base for Bergman. Makaya Raimoana now will step in to go to work.
Very close pitch too.
Ai, tino tata.
Getting behind the count. 2 out. Up high.
This one a little high. We talked a little bit about, you've seen the difference for Kaiapoi defensively since Bailey McDowell's come in. Well, the same for Madison Parsons. She doesn't want to throw all the pitching. You need to share the load around. And Jade Krosky is a good opportunity for her here, isn't it? Just got to find the zone just a little bit more.
It goes to show you get 3 behind. Should be feeling a little bit of pressure. Seems to be relaxed out there though. Oop.
That one's down low, and a huge opportunity here for Kaiapoi as their pitcher will come into the plate with 2 away though. And if she can get some real good bat on this one with the Tarako,
she's done it before.
She can really change the landscape of this match here between Rolleston and Kaiapoi.
Yep.
Picked up a walk last time up to bat. Did Bailey McDowell. Grounded out to third base. That was back in the second innings.
Pitch. Straight down the guts. I don't think McKenzie knew that.
Ready now. 1-1 the count.
2 down. Here it goes.
Inside out swing. Second baseman grabs it.
Nice out.
And he'll grab the runner going to second base.
Lovely out.
That's an automatic out to second base. So therefore, unfortunately for Kaipoi, the runner coming home doesn't score, does it, Kitty?
No, doesn't score at all.
That'll do us, though, through the top of the fifth innings. As we're all done with that, it is Rolleston leading 7 runs to 1 as we head to the bottom of the fifth. See you soon. Well, the cheers are being done here in Ōtautahi because we're all done between Rolleston and Kaipoi in the bottom of the fifth innings. Time is up. Rolleston will be victors in this one. 7 runs to 1 in game number 22 on the schedule here. Day 2 of the competition. Kitty McKitty, you had been in commentary on this one the whole way through. What was your thoughts of the match?
My thoughts are pretty... both teams threw everything at it. One team got an advantage in the first couple of innings. The other team came back, Kaipoi, but the girls started to relax, started to enjoy themselves. Didn't have to prove anything, just prove it to themselves what they're capable of. So really, softball was the winner of the day in this circumstance for sure.
They sure are indeed. Softball is the winner of the day. I'm going to come back to you, Kitty, for the Ballpark Broadcasting Player of the Match shortly from the game, but Rolleston, they got off to a heavy start in the first innings. They scored 4 runs, then 3 in the second. It gave them their 7-run lead. The pitching change by Mackenzie Bailey McDowell on the hill for Kaipoi slowed the run to Rolleston. They did pick up their own run, did Kaipoi in the top of the 4th innings, but unfortunately they couldn't get back to 7 that Rolleston had already early posted. It was a fantastic matchup here between these two teams. I like the look of Rolleston. I love the resilience of Kaipoi. I think the rest of the matches going out from here are going to be good. Ballpark Broadcasting Player of the Match?
Can I have 2?
Yeah, of course you can.
Well, I'm going for both catches.
Oh, yeah, you liked the catches, didn't you?
Yeah, but I liked them, yeah. They proved their worth, especially when they changed pitches. They were both solid, called a good game. Yeah. So I'm going for both catches.
Oh, there you go, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to Abby McCurry, the catcher for Kaipoi, and the starting catcher for Rolleston, Ngaro Tamihana, are your Ballpark Broadcasting Players of the Match. Coming up next here on Diamond 1 at Dynasty Ballpark will be Rosetill taking on Westlake. That one's scheduled for 5 p.m. This one finished just a smidge late, so maybe starting a smidge after 5 p.m. That one should get underway. Big matchup, 2 Auckland high schools, Rosetill and Westlake. One from South Auckland, one from the North Shore. It's the Battle of the Bridge. Thank you, Kitty, for coming in and sharing your great, vast knowledge of our beautiful game. It's been a privilege.
Thank you.
Well, there you go, ladies and gentlemen. All done. Rolleston, they are victors in a game number 22 over Kaipoi, 7 runs to 1. More action to come. It is Westlake taking on Rosehill. Back with you still in a moment.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages, kia ora and welcome to Dynasty Ballpark here in sunny Christchurch for the 2023 Secondary Schools Championships. It's Division 1 time, Westlake girls taking on Rosehill College. Damien Collins in the play-by-play for Ballpark Broadcasting, and in the booth with me, calling the colour, Tony Smith. G'day, Tony.
G'day, Damien. Good to be here.
Well, we're back here, mate, after a great season we've had, having national tournaments back, and it's also awesome to finish with our up-and-comers here with the secondary schools.
Yeah, I've always enjoyed this tournament at the end of the season. It's great seeing the next generation of players coming through, and great seeing players from schools that are not traditional softball schools too. Every year we have different schools at this event, and you often find players who don't have a background in softball who develop an interest through this tournament. So it's fantastic for the game.
Oh, absolutely, mate. When I was at Stream, I think I was one of 4 ballers and the rest were cricketers, and then I go over and watch the Stream team there, and half of them are national champions already. So awesome to see great talent around in their school colours. Well, Charlotte Graham, the pitcher from Westlake, is going to lead off for Westlake, and she grounds out for the first out. And then with one down, that's going to bring to bat the centre fielder, Talia Hurley.
Yeah, interesting seeing the pitcher leading off the batting order. You don't often see that, but she's clearly a very accomplished hitter as well.
One thing, Tony, I've been at probably most of the tournaments all the season, and I've caught a lot of the women's, even the 17s and 19s. And what I have noticed is a lot of the pitchers have been in that top 4 spot, batting 3 or 4 or lead off, which is pretty awesome to see the young Wahine coming through, being able to throw the hui and of course put bat to ball.
Yeah, I think you see that more in the women's game than the men's.
Absolutely, yeah.
It's quite good. If you think internationally, some of the better pitchers in the world over the years, Lisa Fernandez from the United States, Tanya Harding from Australia were great hitters too, and if they weren't pitching, they were in the batting lineup.
Yep. Yeah, we don't let our guys bat.
Maybe we should.
Maybe we should. Well, speaking of pitching, on the hill there for Rose Hill is Janiyah Nathan Kaiho. Well, belted through from Kalani Mariner, just getting past the first base, and that's going to advance the runner to second with her safe on first base.
Yep, the first power of the game, the first hit of the game to Rose Hill there, to Westlake there against Rose Hill.
Yeah, looking on the screen, very similar. They all blend into this background of this new artificial turf here at Dynasty Ballpark. I got to admit, mate, I'm actually quite a fan. Not the biggest fan of artificial. I'm old school. I love the lime, but it's looking like a picture out there.
Well, I'm even more old school. You know. I grew up on the grass and the wooden bats, but I agree. Actually, I was a wee bit sceptical when I heard about the plans to do this, and but I must say it looks really impressive, and I'm sure it'll weather really well. It's pretty bright at the moment.
I like that the mound is on the diamond, or not sitting on top.
Yeah.
Well, in the 4th spot now is Jaya Lee.
What it does mean too is that you get some bad weather like we had here yesterday, and that may have sort of knocked the tournament out for a couple of days on lime diamonds.
100%.
Certainly wouldn't have been able to play on these diamonds, maybe on the grass, but.
Well, good glove there from the shortstop, Jasmine Dawn Hohui. Who just got there in time to make a couple meters to make the play at third, getting the lead runner. And I hear the call of temporary runner. And yeah, of course, that would be the second out. Talia trying to get to third base. With Jaya on first. That's going to bring to bat the shortstop, Lucy Cadnis Espinet. Espinal. Our vantage point isn't the greatest here, is it, Tony? I'm going to have to stand up.
I was about to say, we might have to stand with
We
this.
just missed another out. No, we didn't. It was right in front of us. Just there's a wall there as well. But that's going to be 3 up and it's going to be 5 up and 3 down there for Westlake with no score. We're going to go to the bottom of the first, where it's Rosehill's turn to get the sticks going. We'll be back right after these.
No time to fluff around today? No worries. Just swing into Caltex and pay for fuel with Pay and App to speed on through. Ooh, yeah. Feels good. Use it at your local participating Caltex.
This isn't an ad about four-wheel drives. It's about knowing the place, as well as the locals.
#1 for all the best throwbacks, 90s and more.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Dynasty Ballpark here in Christchurch for the 2023 Softball New Zealand Secondary Schools Championship. It's Division 1 time for the ladies on Diamond 1 today, with Rosehill taking on Westlake. Both teams have had a few games here today. Rosehill on their third. They had Kaiapoi first up on Diamond 1, getting the win over them. And then they had the tough ass against One Tree Hill, with One Tree Hill getting the win. And now their third game of the day against Westlake. Westlake's first time in Division 1 Women's. I know our producer behind the scenes is a very happy man about that.
A classic counties North Harbour battle, if you break it down to the provincials.
Okay. Fouled away, almost going in the third base dugouts.
Rosehill College, of course, from Papakura, and Westlake from the North Shore of Auckland. So.
They sure are.
When I think of Rosehill College, Damien, I think of one of their most famous old boys, if you like, Kieran Reid, the ex-All Black captain who lives just down the road here.
Yes.
Great crusader. He proudly went to Rosehill College.
Well, big hit to lead off for Trinity Wariri Toka, who skies it to centre field, where Talia Hurley's under it to make the play for the first outs.
Yep, in the Rohi Wainga position, centre field. Routine out there, and it's good to see the outfield in relatively shallow and challenging the hitters.
Well, one down, that's going to, speaking of centre field, that's going to bring to bat Sienna Dufty. And she squares up to put down the bunt, but we know she's going to pull back, go for a swing, and she swings at the rise for a strike. That's going to take the count to 1-1 with one out. Straight through Main Street for the strike called.
Quite a good start here by the Rosehill Kaiepa, the starting pitcher, Janaya Nathan Kaiho. She's just throwing strikes at the hitters, gets her first strike out of the game.
Well, Dufty goes down swinging. Charlotte Graham on the hill for Westlake from the Bandits Club in North Shore. Young lady going through the ranks, doing really well with her game. And in the Junior White Sox as well. So stepping up and doing the do for her college. pitching their third game today. In the batter's box now is the second base, Maya Lemon. She goes swinging for the rise ball. That will put her in the hole. 0-2, no balls, 2 strikes. And gets her swinging for the strikeouts. And with a quick 1-2-3, we've got 1 completed innings in this one. No score though. We'll be back with the top of the second.
When the radio's on and the sound's hot, you just have to enjoy. There's no way to stop. That's where it sounds like the best every day of the week. Better than all the rest. We let the music speak. All the best throwbacks, 90s and more. Until the hour drop. All the best throwbacks.
Whoops, running on empty? Enjoy a 6 cents per litre fuel discount at your local Caltex with Pumped every day. Ah, feels good, eh? Get it at any participating Caltex.
Number 1 for all the best throwbacks, 90s and more.
We're back, ladies and gentlemen, here at Dynasty Ballpark for the 2023 Softball New Zealand Secondary Schools Championships. Brought to you live on Whakaata Māori Active on their YouTube platform. In association of Ballpark Broadcasting and RTL Tour FM. Damien Collins with the play-by-play along with Tony Smith and calling the colour. We've got 1 completed in this one. The donut on both sides. But the way these two teams have stood up today, I'm sure we're in for a battle on our hands. And like you said, Tony, a good north-south Auckland battle.
And great to get the opportunity to play 3 games in a day at a tournament. Why not when you're this age? You're young and you're keen and fit. And
well, the leadoff for Westlake, Hope Weller. She gets a pass, a shortstop for a base hit. She'll stand up on first base, ready to do some running for her team, and ready to do some hitting for the team is Neve Cadis Espinal.
So that's the second PAL, the second safe hit of the game for the Rosehill side there, and their third base runner of the game.
Well, through the zone for the strike called is the first offering to the shortstop. Corners have come up. The outfield is even coming in more. Westlake practice this, I'm sure. Bunt goes down and foul. Sorry, Rosehill. It's the shirts. They're getting me, mate.
Yeah, they are.
Red shirts on red shirts.
They are very similar.
Yeah.
But
on the screen it looks fine.
We can't expect a school team to have too many different uniforms. So.
Yeah, true. Still trying to get away strip from my Premier team, mate. So
it's just great having teams from the top of the North Island coming down to Tiwai Pounamu for a tournament at this time of the year.
Absolutely.
Great commitment.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a pretty special tournament. Anytime you get to represent your college at any sport, but a lot of these softballers being able to go in and be the cool kids with the in the school softball team is pretty special.
And that's the first strikeout for Chania, Nathan Kaiho.
Philippa Vui in now to bat for Westlake girls. Sees the first pitch go by for the ball. 1 down, runner on first base for Westlake.
So we've got the outfield going back a little bit, but still not too deep, which is good, because in the women's game in particular, there's an opportunity to make a throw from, say, right field to first base and get the out.
There sure is. I've already seen a couple today.
The old 9-3 play. Good to see.
Yes, absolutely. Well, the inside pitch for the ball. We'll take the count to 2 balls.
Yeah, so the right field position, the Rohei Mato, often underrated, as people say put your worst fielder in right field. It's not necessarily true.
I like how you had to think of which ones we're going to use. Yes. No, it's traditionally some teams you do chuck somebody out there that you might not be able to trust in the infield, but the older they get, they go through the grades. Yeah, outfield's so important. The tracking that they can do, the backing up of the bases, so that you can go for those pickoffs and have a bit of confidence if it doesn't go right. And of course, they've got to have a hose on them, got to have a cannon to be able to make those plays if the ball does go their way.
Yeah, that's right. And the longest throw on the diamond really is from right field to third base. So you've got to have somebody who can do that.
Well, Avui gets the walk and she'll go to first base, and that will bring up the 9 batter, Rory Seymour. Seymour's been having a day with the stick in the 9 spot, being that extra leadoff batter. And again, we talk about chucking someone out in right field. Traditionally, 9 isn't your lower ability batter these days as well. It sets up the top of the order very well.
Yeah, you effectively want another leadoff there, as you said. So
we'll see more from the hot corner. She's got 2 runners on, 1 down, and she'll send that foul.
I think another key for that number 9 hitter is the reach base average. You want someone there who can pick a pitch, who can, disciplined at the plate, who can get the walk and put the pressure on the field with one of your top hitters coming up.
Well, you don't always have to hit the homers or slam it to the fence. Any way you can get on that on-base percentage is so important, and what a lot of those elite coaches look for in their players. St. Patrick's College Silverstream just walking in as a team to watch the girls game here on Diamond 1 after a good win against Southland boys on Diamond 4.
Yeah, that is a good win. Southland have been going quite well, so
tries to pull the strings on that one. Just down in the zone for the ball. That's going to load the count though. 3 balls, 2 strikes. 2 runners on here in the top of the second. And that ball will load the bases here for Westlake, and that's going to bring to bat the top of the order, Charlotte Graham.
So Papa Kapi situation, a loaded bases situation here with the pressure on the field, and hopefully this defensive side are well drilled to look at a home run double here.
Well, it's the eyes up, being aware of what's around you. You know the bases are loaded. If it dribbles to you in the infield, you're going home. Or if you can get real quick on it, tag up and then throw it home. But with 1 down, you'll definitely be wanting to keep that donut there.
And Charlotte Graham at bat, so their leadoff batter.
Charlotte was part of that Bandit side that was at Fraser Park a couple of weeks ago for the Women's Club Opens. They did themselves really well in that tournament. Young team with a little bit of experience, but very young team, and coming 5th, I think it was, in the rankings out of 15.
Yeah, excellent. It's great to see North Harbour teams back at the national level. I think what they're doing up there in terms of developing their own premier competitions, rather
100%.
than going over the bridge.
Well, you've got, if you've been to Rosedale, I love that place. Absolutely love it. I go back to Whakatiki Street Park and always a bit depressed after going to Rosedale, but we'll get there. But no, it's awesome what Harbour's doing with everything, development, club level. Yeah, they're just all in with good people around up at Rosedale and the Harbour setup. Well, Charlotte, she's going to drive in the first run here, getting it past the 5-6 spot. Moves the runners around, keeps the bases loaded, and opens the account for Westlake.
And that's why she's at the top of the order. So a reliable top order hitter has just done her job, driven in the first run of the game.
Hope Weller crossing home plate, and now it's going to bring up the 2 spot from centre field, Talia Hurley. Talia also batting really well in that 2 spot for Westlake today. Scored a couple runs against Kaiapoi, including driving one out to past shortstop. Leaves it up top for the ball. That's going to take the count to 3 balls.
And a fair bet that this next pitch will be left.
Surely.
Pressure's all on the defensive team. And yep.
Well, you don't want to see it, but it does happen from time to time. That run's going to score off that walk, with Hurley making away with the walk. That's her 2nd walk of the game. 3rd walk in a row, actually, from her last game. And that's going to bring up to bat Kalani Mariner, the catcher. We saw that power of her driving it past the first base in the first innings. And she's been using it all day, being able to find those gaps and get those runners around.
Yeah, she's in the number 3 slot, which presumably the coach believes she's their best hitter. It's normally the place that they'll bat, and she certainly displayed that in the first at-bat. And as a catcher, you know, used to seeing pitches come down. Normally, catchers are fairly disciplined at the plate, aren't they, Damien, you know, when it comes down to hitting?
Absolutely. We've known some pretty great catchers that can smack the ball. One of them, greatest of all time, I'm not going to lie. But anyway, not talking about Chopper either.
Well, even going back in the women's game, back a long way to an Auckland catcher called Martha Rush. That's taking you back to the 1960s. She was sort of like the power hitter of her generation.
Wow. Well, they'll score another one off the pass ball, does Westlake. And now they've got runners on 3 and 2, ready to see what else they can do.
Yeah, in softball we're often looking for what we call a big inning. And this really is the opportunity for Westlake now with 3 runs up and still no outs, 1 out. And
Mariner hits to right field foul.
And we still have 2 runners in scoring position, so one hit up the middle will score both runners.
Well, I'm sure it's been a long day for both these teams, but they've got at least 5 innings in them, I'm sure. Of course, these games are all timed an hour and a half.
It's Kaihopu on Kaihopu, the catcher on catcher.
You love to see it, ladies and gentlemen. Just a bit of fun being had. You know, remember, at the end of the day, this is our game, and games are here to have fun with. Of course, if I'm sure they've all got the competitiveness. We've all got to get the one-ups on the next person, being especially in the school colours. But love to see it. The two catchers having a bit of a laugh with the old drop ball, third strike chase down there.
I think there's a sort of unofficial catchers fraternity where catchers are kind to each other. They know the pressure they're under. Yeah, one of the toughest jobs on the diamond.
Absolutely. It's a busy old day putting on all those gears and sitting behind the dish. Speaking of coaching before, Tony, you just saw a shot of Fergus McAlpine, the coach of Westlake Girls. One of those driving forces in North Harbour at the moment. Absolutely standout. Does a lot with development, coaching, clinics, everything. So, and I think he might even still be involved in a part way with Ramblers as well in Mount Albert. So, good person in the game, just in your screen there in the third base box. Yeah, and not a bad ground announcer as well. Very good softball all-rounder, and great to see him involved with the Major Sox under-23 team for the World Cup. Absolutely.
Yeah, he works pretty well with Stevie Deans there, and he's a thinker of the game, and he's someone always striving to learn. And certainly, from talking to him at the Men's World Cup and the work they're putting in North Harbour, just getting back down to the the grassroots, the kind of flex roots of the sport. It's the way to go. Build from the bottom up.
100%. I mean, it's all good saying that. 7-time men's world champs, 1-time women's world champs, but if we're not developing our grassroots, then what is our elite? Where are they coming from? Harbour with Fergus and a great team up there, just doing phenomenal stuff, and surely we'll see more podium finishes for them in the not too distant future.
And one of the great things about Fergus at this level is that he'll enthuse these players. He runs a fun environment. He likes players to enjoy what they're doing, and that's contagious. And that's what you need at this level, because there's a big drop-off rate from schools level to senior level.
Oh, definitely.
And we want to sort of stem that flow.
Absolutely. Well, that's going to do it for the batting of Westlake, but not before they score 3 runs. We're going to go to the bottom of the second. Westlake leading, but Rosehill ready to bat coming up after this. Welcome back to Dynasty Ballpark, ladies and gentlemen, for the 2023 Softball New Zealand Secondary Schools Championships. It's Division 1 Women's time here on Diamond 1. It is Westlake Girls taking on Rosehill. We're at the bottom of the second innings here. Westlake getting 3 runs in at their last at bat. What will the answer be from Rosehill? We know they can bat. Now it's their time to show us.
Well, they're chasing the game now, and they'll need to take the long handle really, and look for the outfield singles.
Well, Tony, let's talk about that for a second. It can be easy to go 3 runs down. Let's go and hit some big ones and get the girls around and score some runs quickly. But I've seen so many crucial clutch moments throughout this season where it is just the 1 or 2 hits, the 1 run, and then you're waiting for a little bit, but that slowly but surely approach to just claw back instead of absolutely going gung-ho to just get it all on one go.
Yeah, I agree with that. It's just like once you fall behind, then your outs are precious. So you've got to be very wary about sacrificing. You've got to look for bunting for base hits and putting the ball into play. So you're putting the defensive team under pressure. Obviously, it's great if you can lead off with a single and get a runner on base, but you've got to keep that pressure on the whole way, but be mindful that every out is precious.
Most definitely. Well, that's fouled away. 3 balls, 2 strikes to call now. Lead off batter is the pitcher, Janaya Nathan Kaiho.
And yeah, she's batting the number 4 slot, so she is obviously capable of hitting the longer ball.
Well, you saw in the last game, Mackenzie Bailey-McDowell would have been batting 3 or 4. So, yeah. Well, talking to pitchers, Charlotte Graham scoops it up and gets the out at first, and that's going to be the first out. Bringing to bat the third base, Ainsley Kairua.
In the Papatoru position, third base. As we like to say, the hot corner in the game.
The hot corner.
Got to have great reflexes and nerves of steel there.
Oh, I missed the hot corner. Can't bend down as much as I used to. You got to be able to get those low bunts. Gets it swinging on the rise. That's going to take the count to 1-1.
And the Kaiepa here for Westlake, Charlotte Graham. Gets the battle to fly out to right field.
She sure does. And under it is Hope Weller, who makes the catch for the second out. And with 2 down, that's going to bring to bat the shortstop, Jasmine Dawn Hua.
And Charlotte's in a good position with a 3-0 lead and 2 outs. Takes a bit of the pressure off. You can just pitch to your field and don't necessarily need to blow the ball past the batters, but just keep hitting your spots and letting your defense do the work behind you.
I know that's what she's doing for sure, but I did feel sorry for her in the last game. I think just earlier against One Tree Hill. We must have had all the seasons during that game. There was downpours, there was black cloud, there was blue sky, there was all kinds. And poor Charlotte on the hill, every pitch she was trying to warm herself up, and I think she was just got to the point where she just wanted it down the middle. She just wanted the game over. Of course, One Tree Hill winning that game 13-3. But that was no reflection on Charlotte's outstanding efforts on the hill.
I think when this is your 3rd game of the day and it's the last game and you're kicking off at 5 o'clock, then you want to make it a snappy game and get through. And Westlake have got the opportunity to do that with that handy early lead. And one thing, Damien, about coming down here to T.Y. Pounamu in late March, nearly April, is you'll get 4 seasons in one day, and generally the person who can pitch with a wet ball, the best, normally gets their team through.
Well, Tony, when I knew we were going to finish the season just the way we started it in Christchurch, like NFC in October, I did wonder if we were going to have all the seasons during a tournament, because I tell you, NFC this season around, it's usually pretty warm and hot, but not this time. Charlotte Graham into the wind-up.
We have a theory here. We don't go to the Met Service. We just look up at the Port Hills over there, and if you can see them, you know it's going to be fine.
Yeah.
If you can't, well, we're in trouble. Get the umbrella out.
I'm from Wellington. I wouldn't know what an umbrella is. Those things that go inside out once you open them, eh?
That's the one.
Down in the dirt. And that will bounce back to the screen, advancing the runner. Alina Paikea in in at bat for Westlake. Oh, sorry, for Rosehill now. Hit down the hot corner with the reflexes to get it over to first base for the third outs. And that's going to be a quick 4 up and 3 down. We are going to go to the top of the third with Westlake leading Rosehill 3-0.
Ladies and gentlemen,
This isn't about what we wore back in the day.
gonna go now. Going once, going twice. No more offers. Sold!
It's about being trusted to get a better result for our clients since 1973.
And we're back, ladies and gentlemen, here at Dynasty Ballpark in Christchurch for the 2023 Softball New Zealand Secondary Schools Championship. Westlake versus Rosehill, and leading off for Westlake is Lucy Canis Espinel, who leads off with a shallow hit to centre field. And Westlake will look to continue on what they did in the last innings, scoring 3 runs.
Just a building of the pressure again, and almost a well-executed bunt, but just the batter is given out for running into a batted ball.
Yes, you got to be too careful. A perfect bunt can be completely ruined by just running into it, and that's what's happened there.
Also on this brand new surface here, we'll get a good bounce. So
absolutely,
it's not going to spin away from you,
or hit a stone or anything like that. Again, like Whakataki Park. Really need to concrete those dugouts. Anyway. Top of the third here, Westlake leading 3-0 over Rosehill. Going for the pick-off at 1. Love to see it. Love to see the confidence in catchers throwing their ball.
Yep.
Well, Rosehill went up against Kaiapoi in their first game today, winning that one 12-3. Then it was for Rosehill. It was a tough ask against One Tree Hill, winning that one, 13-4. I said 13-3 before. I forgot they got that last one to add another innings. And now their third game of the day. But for Westlake, they took on Kaiapoi as well, 8-5. And then this one, I thought they'd played a few today, but no. Could be wrong.
That infield single now puts runners at 1 and 2. And up to bat is Philippa Arvui.
Philippa Arvui was walked in her last at bat, but did the job getting on base because she scored at home. That wind picking up here at Dynasty Park. Flags blowing. Cameraman on scissor lift wobbling. Inside for the ball. Looked good from my angle. But of course I'm no umpire and I'd never question an umpire.
The umpire's slightly closer to the plate than we are from here.
Just a tad. It's a game of angles.
That's right.
Avoy leaves that one, but the umpire calls that one called strike. Well, we had various ways of shade today, but it looks like it's getting darker here now. But it is the last game of day 2 of the 2023 Secondary Schools Championships. That one's fouled away. We've got a revised draw, and we're back at it tomorrow at 8:30 in the morning with Alston taking on St. Bede's on Diamond 1. Rolleston taking on Rosehill on Diamond 2 in the girls, and again in the Division 2 girls. They're here as well. So it's all happening here in Christchurch.
So what Rosehill would dearly love now would be a putarua, a double play to get out of the inning and keep that score down. Keep it. If they can get out of this inning with the score still at 3-0, it's been a success for them. So.
Yeah, you don't want to give this Westlake girls team any sort of rhythm, because they're here to play just like Rosehill are. But if you can cut the momentum, cut the confidence a bit, maybe you can shift it to your side.
Nice pitch too.
Swung on and missed from Talia Hurley, batting for Westlake. No, sorry, looking the wrong number. Rory Seymour, the 9th spot. Well, hits it down third base, and the score at home. Try to get the force, try to get the lead run. Good eyes up, because that's what you need to do, know where to throw the ball once it's hit to you, but unfortunately just unable to get it into the glove at home, as we see on the replay.
And runners at 2 and 3, so a chance for a couple more runs here, perhaps to double the lead they took into this inning.
Well, they're up to 4-0 now. Lead off. Charlotte Graham is in a bat. Number 1 in the 1 spot. She drove it past shortstop in her first at bat, driving in the first run for Westlake. And she'll be looking to do it again with the loaded bases here in the top of the 3rd. And she sure does. Gets it. Nice drive into center field. Goes under the glove of the center fielder, Dufty, for Rosehill. Charlotte stands up on second base and clears all the runners, so they add another 3 through the hitting of the pitcher, Charlotte Graham.
That's right. Well, it's the Charlotte Graham ball game at the moment. She's pitching a shutout, and she's just driven in 3 runs effectively.
She'll take that, I'm sure.
She's given herself a good wee buffer there as she goes into the later stages of the game.
Absolutely. Natalia Hurley is in at bat now. The centre fielder, she'll be looking to place it there for a counterpart as well. Well, they're keeping her honest on second base. 1 down.
And Coach McAlpine won't settle just for this. He'll want them to keep the pressure on and continue to put this game perhaps beyond reach.
He'll coach them right till the end, regardless of how much they're in front. Talia Hurley. She was walked in her last 2 at bats. So she knows how to see a zone. But not that time. Takes it to 2 down. She's going to go out and do the running for Charlotte Graham.
And a precious strikeout there by Rosehill. So
through the zone for a strike called. Top of the third, runner on 2. Westlake up by 7. Fouled away. Big foul ball. Kalani Mariner hits it. Shortstop makes the play without question.
Nice arm there by the shortstop, and Jasmine Dawn Ho-Hua. So moved really well to the ball, fired low to first base and ended the inning, but 7-0.
7-0, yes, right. They drove in 3 more runs through the pitcher, Charlotte Graham. She's going to go back out to the hill. Can Rosehill score their first run in the bottom of the third? We'll find out right after these. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. There you see the scoreboard here of Westlake versus Rosehill. Westlake leading this one 7-0. Scored 3 in the first inning, in the second innings, 4 in the third through the bat of Charlotte Graham, driving in 3 runs there. Now she's out there on the hill doing what she can for her team, Westlake Girls High School. Well, it's going to be a tough ask for Rosehill, but I'm sure they're up for it. They've shown today that they definitely are here to play the game, and that they will. So they're going to send up first to bat. There's going to be Chelsea to Puru from the hot corner. Going to get her team going. Tony Smith had to shoot off with the rejig in the draw. He had a meeting, so we appreciate Tony Smith coming in, a veteran journalist of our game, coming in and giving his expert thoughts and snippets on this game that we love. And we appreciate Tony giving all his time that he does to softball, and we look forward to having him back in the booth throughout this tournament. Well, first batter goes up, and the first batter goes back to the dugout with the strikeouts. Good pitching there from Charlotte Graham. And that's going to bring up the 9th batter, Kyla Brown, batting from the right field. There you see the dancers have started, the warm-up dancers to keep warm in between pitches. Oh, slammed out and caught at Jaya Lee at first base. Never looked any different than being caught there. And I'm sure when it went off the bat of Brown, she was looking pretty happy about it. But Jaya Lee with the upset catch. Well, there's no mistake about that one. That slammed up the middle off the first pitch. And Trinity Wariri Toka will go into first base with her arms above her head. And that will be a second runner for this Rosehill side here, but it is 2 out here in the bottom of the third. Still a long way to go in this timed game. And into bat now is batting from the 2 spot. The centre fielder, Sienna Dunphy. You can see it's cold waiting there in the outfield. Anything you can do to stay warm, it's got to be done. Well, she squares up and knocks it to second base, who makes the play over to Lee for the 3rd outs. And they leave 1 runner on, but they keep it shut out. We're going to go to the top of the 4th with Westlake still leading Rosehill 7-0.
Okay. Yes. Okay. Yeah.
This isn't about long-distance calling, technology, or living overseas.
Do I have one more bid? Thank you.
We're going to go once. We're going twice.
And we are sold to the Kiwi phone bidder from Manchester.
It's about Bailey's finding buyers that others can't.
Number 1 for all the best throwbacks, 90s and more.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're at Dynasty Park in Christchurch for the 2023 Softball New Zealand Secondary Schools Championships. It's the Wahine Tour on showcase on Diamond 1 today. Some great games being played on Diamond 1 today. I hope you've enjoyed the live coverage from Ballpark Broadcasting and with Aotearoa Tour FM, Whakata Māori on the Whakata Māori Active YouTube channel. Always good to have you here watching our game that we love. Finishing out the season here in Christchurch, back where it all started in October with NFC. And we're here right until Championship Friday. We can't wait. Well, Westlake's back in to bat now. It's the top of the 4th, leading this one 7-0. And they're going to centre bat to lead off. Jay Lee from first base. Well, ready to talk with the first pitch. Hit straight back to her, and she'll make the play over to first base for the first outs. Sorry, Nathan Kaiho is on the hill for Rosedale. With 1 out, they're going to bring to bat for Westlake, Lucy Katniss Espinal, the shortstop who was caught at centre field in her last at bat. We'll be looking to get it away from an outfielder this time. Find herself a bit of green in that outfield. Well, ball was hit to shortstop, and not a lot has got past Dawn Hohua. And just like that, goes into the glove, but the throw not on the money as it has been. And Katniss Espinal will be safe on second base. And that will bring to bat from the right field, Hope Weller. Leaves the first pitch going up in the zone for the ball. Another try and pick off there from the catcher at second. That one now the zone as well for ball 2. 2 balls. 1 out with a runner on 2. Well, the ball's hit to right field. Little bit of a bobble there, unable to make the play cleanly. And that is going to score the runner of Lucy, Candice Espinal. Hope Weller driving in another RBI and adding another one to the Westlake total. And with 1 down, runner on 1, that's going to bring to bat Neve Cadnis Espinal from the second base. Cadnis Espinal in the middles for Westlake at shortstop and second base. Down in the dish will go past the catcher, and they'll advance the runner 2-2. Cadnis Espinal fouls that away, and they'll throw that ball out to get dried. Still a bit dewy out here with the downpour that we've had throughout the day, but it's looking pretty good at the moment. Good enough to finish out the day, I'm sure. Good holding from the catcher. We're ready to talk up. Up top again for ball 4. And that will put runners on 1 and 2. With 1 down here in the top of the 4th. And bringing up to bat now is Philippa Avui from left field. No, apologies. Tashiana Murray has come in for a hit. Number 2 instead of number 12 on my sheet. So she's definitely coming in for a hit for Philippa Avui. One the count. Gets a piece, sending it to a gap in the outfield. Right field comes in, scoops it up, but not before Westlake score another run. Their base runners remain filled at 1 and 2, but they score the runner at home, adding another one to their total. Here, just over the infield. The Liga, no man's land, whatever you want to call it, it's a base hit. And that drives in a run as well. With 1 down, 2 runners on. There will be a dead ball hitting the plate on the way through. But we'll still advance the runners for Westlake. Runners now safe on 3 and 2. 1 ball. No strikes. 1 out. Swung on for the 1-1. 1 ball, 1 strike. Rory Seymour now from third base. Just the one down here in the top of the fourth. If Westlake can add another run, it's going to make it Rosehill even harder for Rosehill. But if they don't, then they could buy themselves another innings. Two the count. They're up and out. We'll load the count for 3 balls, 2 strikes. Seymour walked in last at bat, knows how to see a count. And she leaves that one go through the zone for the strikeout called. And that's going to be the second out of this innings. 2 runners still on. Runner on 3, runner on 2 for Westlake. Up by 9 here in the top of the fourth. And that's going to bring to bat the top of the order, Charlotte Graham. Who's been having herself a day, smacking it up the middle, scoring RBIs. And will she do it again here to get them into that run rule category, making it that much harder for Rosehill. Charlotte Graham, pitcher, leadoff batter, better known as Charlie to most. Down on the dish, down the dirt for ball. That's 3 straight balls to Graham. The pitcher seeing a good zone in the batting box. 3-0. Leaves that go through the zone. Still a hitter's count, 3 balls, 1 strike. Graham set. Gives it a whack, hits it up the middle again. That's going to score 1. That's going to score another. Just like Charlotte Graham has done all this game, is find that spot in center field and drive in some RBIs. And she does it one more time at least. And she's going to stand up on first base. And with 2 down, they're going to bring out to bats Talia Hurley, the center fielder. She was struck out in her last at bat, but walked the 2 times before that. And she looks pretty relaxed being in the batter's box. Big smiles and chuckles on her face. Sees the first pitch go down and inside for ball. Big swing and a miss for strike. 1-1 the count. Westlake have sent out Rory Seymour to do the running at first base for their pitcher. Big swing and a miss for strike 2. 1 ball, 2 strikes to count. 2 down top of the fourth. Westlake leading by 11. They will level the count, 2-2. Down and inside. Seymour makes her way to second base with a loaded count. 3 balls, 2 strikes to call. 2 out here in the top of the fourth. And gets her swinging for the strikeouts. And that will retire the side and take us to the bottom of the fourth, but not before. Westlake had a few more runs. They lead this one, 11 runs to 0. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Dynasty Ballpark here in Christchurch for the 2023 Softball New Zealand Secondary Schools Championships. It's Division 1 girls that we're watching on Diamond 1 today. Westlake taking on Rosehill. We're in the bottom of the fourth with Westlake leading this one 11 runs to 0. Of course, run rule in softball: 15 after 3, 10 after 4, and 7 after 5. Last time I said that, the other team got a run. We went to another inning. So, I won't say it this time. How about that? Well, leading off for Rosehill is the second base, Maya Lemon. Is it Lemon? Have to find that one out. Fancy it up a bit. Or just say it properly, either. Well, the voices are still going in the dugouts. Going to finish this game, finish this day loud and proud of their scores for sure. But it's only day 2. Still a long way to go before that grand final on Friday afternoon. That strike down the zone will level the count. 2-2. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Oh, it's cold. It's cold. As you can see, the outfielders covering their hands with their undershirts. I've seen a few doing some dancing out there as well to keep warm. Second base is jumping up and down. Good timing on the camera work. Charlotte Graham on the hill for Westlake. Just out of the reach, but they try and get it anyway. Well, Hope Weller comes and scoops it up and gasses it to first, just in case she can get the out there. Just out of reach of the second base. But they try to get it anyway. Runner safe on 1. Good start Rosehill needed. Squared up for the bunt. It's popped back. And the catcher, Kalani Mariner, making that out for the first, leaving their runner on 1. And that's going to bring up to bat Ainsley Kairua. Just sorting out the balls. I think one went out with a bit of a nick on it. Fergus yelling out, I think one of the balls is a D-Sox one. That means he's bought his kit here. He's probably scored off one of the teams. Oh, who am I kidding with softballers? We score balls from all other teams. Let's be honest. Well, up in the zone for the ball there from Graham. Kairua. Squaring up. That bunt goes straight up in the air. One bounce collected from the hot corner to get it in time for the out at first base. And that will be 2 out. Here in the bottom of the 4th, Rosehill need to make something happen here. They've got a runner in scoring position. And they're going to bring to bat Jasmine Dawn Hohoa. Can she make something happen here and get this game going to another innings? Or has Charlotte Graham and Westlake done enough in this one? Keeping it tight in the field and on the mound and with the bats. Down low for the ball. 2 balls the count. No strikes. Outside for ball 3. Hitters count here. 3 balls, no strikes. You probably won't see a swing here, but you might see a ball go straight down the middle. Well, you do see a swing on a 3-0 count to pop up, and it bounces out of the glove. That should have been the 3rd out, but it bounced out of the glove at second base. The runner rounds 3, thinking, oh, should I go? And thinks against it, but Rosehill, just like that, they could continue on this if they drive in those 2 runs. They need to. Into bat now, Elena Pakia. Or Eleanor. So I heard one of the supporters yell out then. Well, she gets a piece, sending it to right field. And right field, Hope Weller makes some ground to get it into the glove, but just can't keep it in. They had tagged up on the 2 out, and they score their 2 runs. And we go to another innings, at least here. If there's time on the clock, of course. Straight through the zone for the strike. 2 out here in the bottom of the 2nd. Rosehill down by 9. Westlake in the driver's seat. Well, now they're getting the sticks going as Rosehill. They could score 1 here. They certainly will with the triple from Eleanor Pakia. Now they're getting going here, Rosehill. Of course, completely commentators cursed it, but in a good way for Rosehill. That's what will happen. It's an actual thing, I'm telling you, ladies and gentlemen. Now in a bat is Kyla Brown, the right fielder. Can she do what her team's doing as well? Kayla fouls off her first offering from Graham. Fouls off the 2nd. Puts her in the hole, 0-2. Foul ball, and I'm pretty sure dead ball as well. Going straight back down to the home plate there. Westlake here get the out that they wanted to retire the side, but not before Rosehill add 3 to their total. They insist on another innings, so let's give it to them. We'll be back with the top of the 5th. Westlake 11, Rosehill 3.
This isn't an ad about four-wheel drives. It's about knowing the place, as well as the locals.
We found the place. That's a good start.
Built by my great-grandfather 20 years ago.
Number 1 for all the best throwbacks, 90s and more.
We're back, ladies and gentlemen, here in Christchurch for the 2023 Sopo New Zealand Secondary Schools Championships. You're watching on Ballpark Broadcasting along with Aotearoa FM, brought to you on the platforms of Whakata Māori and the Māori Active YouTube channel. We appreciate having you guys on board. And likewise, Bailey's, the proud sponsor of the Sports Collective, running multiple final tournaments, championship tournaments this weekend for high schools. And this game, Westlake Girls versus Rosehill, could have been done and dusted in the 4th, but Rosehill said no, we want to go again, please. And that's what they're going to do. So Westlake into bat again. With about 10 minutes left on the clock, give or take. What can they make happen here? Well, the first offering slammed up the middle, but what she's been doing all day, Jasmine Dawn Hohoa at shortstop for Rosehill, gobbling up anything that goes past her way, near her way, to make the play at first for the first outs. And that's a good start there from Rosehill in the top of the 5th. And with one down, it's almost a repeat of the first 2 batters in the last innings, where Candice Espinal slamming it to the hot corner where she makes the catch. Does Seymour for the second out, and with a quick 1-2, that is going to bring to bat Hope Weller. No, Lucy Cadnis Espinal in a bat now for Westlake. Leaves that first pitch, unlike the last 2 batters, for the ball down past. They're still cheering on their team. They've still got voices. The heads are still up regardless of the score. That's a ball. Three balls, no strikes. And she leaves that one for ball 4. She'll take her place on first base with the walk. And a big smile indeed. And that will bring to bat the right fielder, Hope Weller, who did all the hard work to make that catch in the last field for Westlake. Unfortunately, just unable to hold the ball in the glove for that third out. But she's been doing the job with the bat as well, and I'm sure that's what she'll do here. Westlake with a runner on 2 now. They'd like to add another run to their total for sure. They've already got some breathing space, but you can always have a bit more for sure. Weller goes for that one, hitting it down foul, first baseline. Two down here at the top of the fifth. Westlake 11, Rosehill 3. Up top for a ball. 1-1 the count. More than 1-1 count. It was 3-1, and that's going to be ball 4, which will put two runners on bases for Westlake. And that will bring to bat Neve, Cadmus, Espinal. Two runners on, two down here in the top of the fifth. Ball goes past the glove. That's going to advance the runners to 3-2. Two runners in scoring position here for Westlake now. In the closing minutes of this one for sure. Up top for a ball. Three balls. Well, it's not getting any easier for her on the hill. Another walk there. And that will bring to bat Tashiana Murray. Ooh. Will they call that? I don't think they're going to. Gets the strike. Lucky to. By all accounts, that probably should have been a legal pitch, that last one, with runners advancing. But sportsmanship being showed by everybody involved. 1-1 the count. Loaded bases here in the top of the fifth. Murray in a bat. Down low for the ball. Two balls, one strike. Fouled away will load the count. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Just one more game to go on Diamond 1 here on day 2 of the 2023 Secondary Schools Championships, ladies and gentlemen. Well, that one will be a ball, scoring another run for Westlake and keeping the bases loaded. And the Rosehill coach is going to call time and have a quick catch up with her pitcher on the mound. Well, Rosehill have had a long day. 3 games. They've done it hard. They've played some good teams. They've played some good softball. And they just need to see out day 2 after everything happening here. Well, she must have had the words of encouragement from the coach, because she's still out there doing her thing. And you love to see the resilience and energy from a lot of these teams. No give up, straight into it, backing each other, fighting for the school colours. It's awesome. Up top for the ball. Fouled away. Nathan Kaihawk. On the hill for Rose Hill. Ball goes out to left field, and the catch is made by Elena Paikia, and that will be the third out, but not before Westlake add one more to their total. We're going to have a quick break. We'll be back with the bottom of the fifth right after this. And we're back, ladies and gentlemen, here at Dynasty Ballpark for the 2023 Sky Sport Softball New Zealand Secondary Schools Championship. I'm getting blurs back of clubs in 2 weeks, 2 weeks ago. But awesome to have you guys here, ladies and gentlemen. Well, Charlotte Graham on the hill for Westlake, batting for Rose Hill is Trinity Wari Toka, who slams it back to the pitcher, who gets it over to first base for the first out. And with one down, that is going to bring to bats the two spots, the centre fielder Sienna Dufty Kaepa with the pitch to the back screen. Squares up, ready to do that slap hit again, which has been so effective for her throughout the games. Down low. Wind's picking up here in the bottom of the 5th. Senna slams it back to Tata. Shortstop, who unfortunately does all the work with the glove. But then Kuru Hipa overthrow. Just the one down here in the bottom of the 5th. One runner on. Through Main Street for the strike called. Rohi Hokai strike zone. That Puki bunt will go foul. Two strikes, no balls. Down in the zone for the ball. The batter looks back at our coach going, I was lucky on that one. It's all about angles. Was hit down the hot corner there. Who makes the play over to first for the second out. Well, with 2 down, that's going to bring to bat Janaya, Nathan, Kaiho, the pitcher. Steps up with the runner on 2 here for Rosehill. Looking to finish strong in this game. But Westlake been outstanding to boot. Ignacio Gatti on the high home plate camera there. I will remind him that he just flinched off that foul ball. All the chants have started now. Been going all day, really. Graham pitching on the outside for the ball. That one goes up as well for the walk. And that will be base on balls. Well, with a runner on 1, a runner on 2, 2 down in the bottom of the 5th. Now Westlake will be just looking for the out. The force at 3, the force at 2, or the force at 1. Ball goes up. Catcher doesn't know. That's going to be a foul ball with 1 strike. Squares up but pulls away to let it go through for the ball. 1-1 the count. Rosehill breaking up the force play by advancing their runners, making it a little bit harder for Westlake to get themselves out of this one. But 1 ball, 2 strikes, not a bad one to go off. Charlotte Graham on the hill. Fell back. Count remains 1 ball, 2 strikes. That one just out of the zone. Will take the count to 2-2. Gets her swinging for the strikeouts, and that will retire the side. And surely, well, regardless of time, that's run rule. 12 runs to Westlake, 3 runs to Rosehill. Westlake take out this game. And I'd have to say the Ballpark Broadcasting player of the match would have to be number 1, the leadoff batter and pitcher, Charlotte Graham, doing everything on the hill, the fielding, striking out, making plays, and then leading her team with the bat with RBIs after RBIs after RBIs with her batting. An absolute standout was the junior White Sox for her team. Westlake here for a good win over Rosehill. North Harbour getting the win over Counties, Monaco in this one. And I'm sure having our producer in the booth quite happy with that win. We're going to be back, ladies and gentlemen, tomorrow as we kick off on Diamond 1 from 10:15 with Shirley Boys taking on St. Patrick's College Silverstream. That should be a good battle here, but we have done here for Diamond 1 at Dynasty Ballpark for day number 2 of the 2023 Softball New Zealand Secondary Schools. It's been an absolute pleasure to bring you all the action here on day 2, ladies and gentlemen, on Ballpark Broadcasting, along with Aotearoa FM and our good friends at Whakata Māori and Māori Active on the YouTube platform. Thank you to our camera operators, Caitlin Davison out there, Ignacio Gatti. We had Tara Collier doing the scoreboard, Adrian Raw doing the EVS behind the scenes and doing the switcher, Jason Gerbies, aka Chopper. On the behalf of Tony Smith, calling the colour, Damien Collins here that called the play-by-play. Thank you for joining us. We will see you back here tomorrow for day 3 of the 2023 Secondary Schools Championships right here from Dynasty Ballpark in Christchurch.